Well, good morning, everybody. We're about to wait. Hold on a second. We'll be right back. Just kidding. Now we're back. Hey, everybody. Sorry about that.
Good morning.
First stream of the day. That's always exciting. We're going to try to keep things going quickly today. I'm Cyphertex,
I am Zeta 2.
and we're going to kick it off today for Live CTF Day 2, Round 5,
Round
depending on
5,
how we're counting it.
Yep.
We're going to have 6 different rounds today. First up, we're going to just get the count started and get right into it. We're going to be streaming you MMM and
Hofhackerei.
Hofhackerei. I want to check in the pronunciation of that. So let's go ahead and give the countdown to all the teams, and looks like we're good to go.
All right, ready?
5,
5,
4,
4,
3,
3,
2,
2,
1.
go.
Let's go. And so here we are. We'll see them
Nice.
download their. You can tell the teams that know the seat they're in, they have the URL already ready
Yeah.
for what they're doing.
Yep.
Let's double check our audio real quick and make sure our levels. We're switching things up. We can switch our own video today. So go ahead. Yeah.
Yes. So just to give a little bit of context here, while the players are doing the kind of initial analysis, we are now down in the lower bracket. So this is
Yes.
a double elimination.
Which means this is the first round that someone will be eliminated from the
Exactly.
game.
So like yesterday, of course, you always want to win, but yesterday, like the stakes were slightly lower. But now, whoever loses this, they're out.
Yeah. And I'm saddened to see that the team going up against MMM is using Binary Ninja. So I'd love to see it, and it would be an amazing upset though for MMM to be out in the first round, given their historic performance
Yes.
in this event.
So speaking of, let's go over
Yeah, let's
to
take
the
a look at
binary
it.
ninja view and look at what Hofhackerei is doing. And so they're doing kind of initial analysis here of the challenge. And this one, we had a bunch of obfuscated stuff yesterday and
Yep.
so on. Now this is a pwn challenge, so like the code is relatively straightforward
Yeah,
here.
we're not trying to make life difficult in the tooling. Both tools you can see over on our MMM side. Oh, did it work?
No,
Oh,
sorry,
Kyle, can you turn that off, please?
Yeah.
We need it back in non-studio mode.
Yeah,
We're gonna control it from here.
yeah.
So sorry, we're switching up how we're doing things. There we go.
Yeah.
Now we got it. Okay. So over on either side of MMM, we can see the same kind of thing. We've got clean decompilation, and we're talking about a bank here. So we've got some account management. We are getting some bonus money.
And you see that hex value there, the 42C8. That is, if you've been into this a bit,
Yeah.
like you would kind of recognize that this could potentially be actually a floating point value that is just being represented as.
Yep. Yeah. You
hex.
start to see some of these values. I'm actually there. We go. We do see that the floating point absolute value comparison there. We've
Yep.
got a 3.4. So we're gonna probably start seeing some type changes to make sure things are floats, make sure things are displayed as floats in the two tools respectively.
Yep.
Oh, this is interesting. I just noticed over here LLM Ninja.
Okay.
So we've got address type instruction. So
Right.
are they?
Is this like an alternative? Because like there is the Sidekick plugin,
Which is though a paid service. So like there are a
Sure,
couple
so
of free ones.
is-
I don't even know if this is actually a public plugin or not. I need to I should probably know all my plugins
Oh,
that
yeah,
people are
yeah.
writing, but I'm very curious. Gadget inputs.
Oh, it even lists vulnerabilities.
That's apparently what it's trying to do.
I wonder
so
if it lists like if that actually is the vulnerability. Oh, it says out of bounds. Oh, okay. I mean that we might have unintended.
I will say
bugs.
that's not the intended
No.
flaw here. That doesn't mean it's not landable. It doesn't mean that they couldn't get that to work.
Yep.
Or it may or may not be real. It could be AI. Oh, and we did just see, yeah. So over on MMM, we saw a brief little LLM usage there as well too. So we're also seeing the interactive
Yep.
script.
Let's
do it.
focus
pull
in
up.
on that, and we
Oh,
wait. Hold up.
What?
That's already a.
Is that done?
Is they already done? I think they found an unintended solution here.
Well, how good that was. This may be a speed
How many
round.
times? Oh my God. Yes, this is an unintended solution. This is gonna be a solve.
This is gonna be a record fast solve here.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
we are already gonna have MMM
Well,
solving this.
it'll be a nice long break. That one I
Yeah.
think looks like it's
Oh
gonna
my
be
God.
done.
So we can actually explain this after they land this. And Let's see.
That's it.
Yes.
Wow. Oh, is it?
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah.
Well done. Wow, what a fast solve.
That is MMM bringing
At
the big guns.
at full speed right there.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Oh my
sorry,
God.
Hoff Hacker, I got MMM'd. We'll
Yeah.
make that a verb and split over there.
What was the timing in that? So we started at 06, so this was a 5-minute solve.
That was basically a speed run. So
Yeah.
why don't we will take a little bit more time for the audience and we'll explain. You can also watch over on stream 3 and 4. So as a reminder, we do have and I'll double check and see. I don't believe we've had we have not seen a solve yet there.
Yeah.
So there is going to be still some action there.
If you click like on the channel, here on YouTube, you can click on the channel and you can see the other live streams that are live.
Yep.
And you can then go to the stream 3 and 4 to see the other competitors. So now let's maybe just talk a little bit about the challenge because we basically didn't have any time for that.
That happens.
So unfortunately, we don't have any visual aid here. But I think, as you could see, there was basically like a bank thing with some accounts and stuff.
With some floating point values.
Floating point values.
Yeah.
So the intended solution here is
and the name of the challenge too,
it's
which
like
is very important.
floating.
It's called check floating, of course, being like the bank practice of writing a check and then before the money has actually cleared, doing something with it as a way to commit fraud basically in the checking system. It can be used for fraud. It can also just be used to give yourself a little extra cushion. And so that was, but it's also of course a pun on floating point because that was intended to be the hint.
Yes.
That's where you should be looking.
Yeah. So the idea is that because the way floating point works is like, sure, you have kind of decimal numbers, but you still have a
binary
fixed number.
value.
You have a number of bits, and
then
you can only represent so much information. So floating point can only represent certain values, which means that sometimes if you add one value to another value, the actual mathematical result of that is not representable in the floating point
and it has
space.
to go up or down.
Exactly. Yeah. So you can have then, if you transfer money from an account to another account with floating point, you will subtract an amount from one account and add an amount to the other account. And let's say both of those operations, they land between
the representable values.
So they have to be rounded, but the distance is different.
Yeah.
So you end up with
either more or less.
Yes.
You could do it either way, right?
Right. So you need to kind of fiddle around with this and find a value that rounds to like a smaller number on the negative side and a bigger number on the positive side, and then you can just repeat
that a bunch, and you can get infinite money. At least that was the intended solution.
Right.
That was the intended solution.
So in this challenge, to make it convenient, because usually when you're doing this thing, you get very, very, very small differences.
Right, and so you'd have to run it for millions of times or many
times. So the challenge basically say that how many times do you want to make this transaction? So you can say, I want to repeat this transaction 1 million times. And unfortunately, it seems like it didn't check for a negative
count.
Yes.
Yeah.
So it does check, it checked that you have enough money on your account. It checks. So when I was test solving this, I found a bunch of floating point shenanigans, like using infinite or nan or things like this.
Yeah.
We fixed all of that
except the other bound.
Yeah. So you perform the transaction a negative 1 million number of times, basically reversing the transaction, and it didn't check that, and then suddenly you have created money.
Yeah. Yep. So good job, great work, MMM. I think that may have been Jimmy. I wasn't sure over there who was playing for them, but fantastic work. They're going to move on to the next round in this lower bracket, and we still again have that other game going on, which is also an elimination round, right? So we're also going to see another team knocked out from the head-to-head tournament here.
Yeah. So in the other one, we have Shellfish playing against
the organizers.
Yes.
Yep. Although we think there was a little bit of drama, organizers wasn't sure they had enough people. I think they found one of their team members. They asked if Shellfish would be willing to play for them, and we were going to have maybe a Shellfish versus Hillfish roundup, but we didn't do that. They didn't. Somebody woke up or somebody made it out, and so hopefully we'll see the intended solution on over there. And if not, we'll use a sudden death on that one. But I would expect this one to get solved, especially now knowing that there's these 2 valid solutions to it at least.
Right, but I feel like if they haven't found it by now.
If I haven't found the easier one, they're working on the more straightforward one, which it is a couple more minutes.
But that one is also, if you're into this, floating points are weird.
And actually, I think you can get an LM to help you with the concepts and the basic, some of that stuff, right?
But I felt like when I was testing this, the difficulty was I saw the idea, just immediately when I looked at it.
Yeah.
It was more about finding the correct floating point values that gives you the advantage, and then
Yeah.
finding like multiplying this and kind of it's more like the implementation and the
Yeah,
fiddling around.
and it is testable though because you have the binary.
Yep.
Because if you can get into a debugger, you can analyze it and figure out.
Yes, and actually you don't even need that because of these floating points they follow the IEEE standard.
Yeah,
So like
that's true.
so in my
A
case,
standard Python
I
library will do
open
it.
well Python is a bit tricky,
Ah,
right? Because
well, if it's implementing the rounding appropriately, right?
no, but
So
I think like Python has
like a big num or
they have
a
some
larger
arbitrary
floating. Yeah,
precision stuff going on and so on. I think you can still force it to use like, but
yeah,
I decided to just like bring out like a Node.js REPL and play around there
yeah.
for just quick testing around and then go and build it in a solid script.
All right. So just a recap for everybody else. Great fast speed solve. If they were all like that, it'd be boring. But if none were like that, it would also be boring. So that's perfect. I like a little variety. Gives us more time to prepare. We'll be back here in about 45 minutes for the next stream, depending on the exact time of our other round. And we look forward to seeing everybody there.
Great. Bye.
Take care.
Hello and welcome back to match 2 of day 2 of LiveCTF DEF CON 2025. That was a longer title than I anticipated.
So many numbers. Good to be here.
I'm Josh,
I'm Mark.
and we are back once again as the Powercasting Duo. And
Love it.
I think we're just running a couple minutes behind, which for us is a good
Not
thing.
too bad. I'm good with that.
So without further ado, let's jump right into it in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Let's
and
go.
All right,
All right.
the challenge is live. Now, Mark. Oh, thank you. Sorry, we're switching on our own now. We don't have a video controller.
Self-production right
Yeah,
here.
I know. Well, we decreased the budget, cuts are. And I'm not going to get into that right now. Anyway, Mark, this is your challenge. Do you want to tell us a little bit about it?
Yeah, so this challenge came from an old idea. It's ownable, but it's written in ARM. And one of the things that fascinated me a long time ago when I was reading through the ARM manuals, as one does,
night reading,
is that there are instructions that actually supports natively a stack growing upwards or downwards. They have instructions for pushing and popping from the stack, and they let you specify which way to go. And so their ABI really lends itself to this, mostly register arguments being passed in registers. So this challenge is really about, it's called alternate universes. What if you woke up one day and the stack grew the other way?
The stack is falling. The stack is falling.
Yeah, so what I'm really interested to see is that this is a sort of fundamental assumption that a lot of decompilers and whatnot make, which way the stack grows. And so I'm curious to see how it looks for each of our competitors.
Yeah.
It's all custom assembly, so it's not super complicated. It's a small binary, but just figuring out what's going on is going to be the trick.
So these teams, we have Pokemon Collections going straight into IDA, and we have Calamari Union? Calamari Union. I don't know.
Calamari Union.
Calamari Union.
Yes.
Going
We've got
into
Ghidra. Ghidra on the other side. And I'm glad to see that both competitors already have started looking at the assembly. Usually, your first indication that something is something's a little wonky in your decompilation is that it doesn't look right. And that's, for me anyways, the cue to like, all right, let me check out this disassembly and see what's going on.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see over here on Pokemon Collections, they're stepping through. And, oh, it looks like, oh.
Yeah, so this, that foo safe return, this is actually, it was assembly written linked with debug symbols. So that's actually a stack cookie check. So to make this just like not trivially exploitable, I added a stack cookie, and that sort of makes them reason about which way the stack is growing. And we can see Calamari Union just jumping into a debugger. And I love this approach. It's going to be confusing, but I think that ultimately this is the way to go. So you can see all of the calls here are syscalls directly. So there's no C library, which is different, right? From a lot of challenges. But so it's just read and write syscalls. And they're playing around, they're watching what's happening, entering things, looking for it in their debugger. I think that
now,
this is
it's
a great
also
move.
interesting here to see their stack display. I don't know if we can only see one entry. I don't know if it's showing the right direction.
It's
relative for the challenge.
Exactly. So this is the trick, right?
Yeah, it's kind of bending my brain a little bit because I'm so used to looking at GDB stack.
Ooh, and over on
normally.
Repokemon, we're seeing an LLM.
Oh, Perplexity Pro.
Uh-oh.
How to address.
No, they might be looking for a general approach here. Like,
Honestly,
what's going on here? Because it's a very small binary.
Oh no, it's an exec format error.
Oh,
they need
never
bin
mind.
format. Yeah, they're trying to run it locally, and they're just
Yeah. See that ARM bit in the file.
64.
Yep. So that's actually what's going on under the hood is that this is an ARM binary and it's being run under QEMU user to give that cross architecture execution.
Yeah, so they're going to run into some format errors. They're trying to dynamically inspect the binary. And over on Calamari Union.
Yes, I think so.
I hope so. They're already stepping through. It looks like Pwn Tools has really nice integration with
Pwn Debug.
Yeah.
Pwn Debug, it looks like it just handled it. I didn't see if they did anything
Pwn
special.
Tools, if you do like a GDB debug, it'll just pipe it through. It'll set everything up for you with bin utils. It's really nice.
You guys said that when you did the test solve. I just set everything up in QEMU myself and used the whole GDB.
It'll spin up QEMU and then run a GDB server inside of it and attach to it.
I was manually like spinning up
oh my God.
QEMU, attaching to the debug port through pwn tool. So that's good to know, though.
Oh, yeah.
That's the sort of shortcut that really saves you time.
That's a time saver for sure here when you only have, what, 50 minutes to solve a challenge before sudden death?
Yeah. And so this is kind of what I'm expecting here. Over on Common Reunion, yep, so they're just going to send a cyclic pattern, and that's the right thing. Now, as I said, it's compiled with debug symbols, and it has verbose output because this is just like a little bit of a brain bender. And so they should see, when they send this cyclic 100, they should see a warning that is basically the stack cookie check.
As I think they were opening a core dump in LibreOffice. Unsure.
Wow. I love it.
Default
I love it.
registration is great. But yeah, actually, these brain bending challenges have been a little bit of a theme.
Over on Repokemon, they're unfortunately just struggling with the cross architecture stuff.
Format.
And that's so.
I hope they have Kimu installed. We did tell them ahead of time.
We did tell them it was an ARM.
It was an ARM pwnable.
Yes, yes.
To be fair, so this is not completely out of the blue.
Yeah.
But these brain bending challenges have been a little bit of a theme for this year's LiveCTF. Yesterday we saw Loki, which was Jordan's challenge, that broke decompilers and just kind of lied. And now today we're having a stack grow the other direction challenge.
Yeah, but I think one of some of my favorite CTF challenges are the ones that they really just make you question your tools. And taking challenges that are really perhaps not that hard, but make it harder because you can't just use the tools the way that you normally would on the challenges. I think that that's an interesting play, and that's what I was trying to do here.
Yeah, I mean, it makes you think about how you can use your tool a little bit differently and maybe explore different capabilities of it that you didn't know it could handle or couldn't handle.
Right. And so over on Common Reunion there, they had Azaria's great ARM write-ups talking about which way the stack grows and stuff like that. So that is what I want to see. And over in the registers, if you look very closely, you can see
live backwards.
Live backwards, because that's the stack cookie.
Oh my god.
32-bit ARM binary. That's the stack cookie right there. So they look like they are going right down the right road. They try to just overflow it, ran into the stack cookie. When they see how that stack cookie is triggered, that should be the cue to them. So the stack cookie is really a hint, as well as something to keep them from just like one-shotting it.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong. It's a program header in the binary that determines which way the stack grows in ARM.
That's a great question. I don't know. This one, it is just in the assembly. So if you look very closely, you can see the load register. There's actually a -4 on the offsets for all of these load registers.
So you manually. Oh yeah, you said you manually wrote the assembly for this challenge, right?
Right. So there's manual adjustments in here. So normally you would see, and we can switch over to Repokemon and get the same view. Oh well, as soon as I say that, switch. So if you look, you see. You'll see stack adjustments, and you'll see an addition to the stack pointer where you would normally see a subtraction, and that is really the hint.
And it looks like they're having some networking issues here, connecting to Ubuntu ports.
Jeez.
Oh, man. So they might have to try to do this completely statically, which is going to be a little rough.
Yeah, so you see these store registers with a +4 the way that IDA is showing it. That is backwards.
I'm surprised that IDA's decompilation didn't throw. Oh well, it did. Bad as p-value call down there.
Right. So. Yeah. And so that's what you expect. And as I said, this canary fail, it was meant to be a hint, because if you're not looking very closely, you might notice that this is all a little, like you might think, oh, this is perfectly right, and just gloss over the whole stack adjustment thing being backwards.
No, I mean, you hardly expect the stack to go the other direction. I don't think that's something you ever check for, is just like, okay, let me check NX, let me check pi. Which way does the stack grow?
Right.
It's not really third on my list. Oh, but over on Kalmar Reunion, I'll get it one day.
You'll get it.
They have PC control.
PC
is a new line, yeah. So they have PC. Oh, Macaroni won the lower bracket already. Oh my gosh, they're already gone.
And so that was something that we expected, is that if a challenger could spot what the issue was, they could potentially solve this quite fast.
Did I see a win function in here too?
There is a win function. So this is designed to be like, the trick is just understanding like the function frames are the wrong way.
You just kind of need to shift your point of view a little bit, maybe upside down.
And then once you get that, it's very simple. There's no ASLR. There's a win function. It's just like,
so Kalmar Reunion they had PC control. They were jumping to A, and now I think they're just struggling with the endianness of what they need to jump to, or the order they need to push.
So I think that cyclic string that they're sending it might be too long. It might still be triggering that
Oh,
stack
no.
cookie.
No, they had PC,
All right.
like full. And now I think that, I believe, is the address for the win function. Yeah,
Yeah,
ARM,
yeah,
oh,
should be.
here.
Should be.
So they changed it to ARM32 from ARM64. And I
Yep.
think this is going to work. Well, you don't need shellcode here with the win
No.
function.
Yeah. You
Oh, they're
shouldn't-
going to jump to the... No, that's the address of the username buffer, and they're going to jump to that. Is it RWX?
I don't think so.
I don't know ARM.
Yeah, that's a good question. That's a good question.
Oh, yeah, I think, yeah, ARM32 versus ARM64. So over on Repokemon Collections, it looks like they're stepping through, and they might be starting to understand. Oh, I think they're going to put this in LLM.
Put it in an LLM. You know, I think that's valid. I want to see what the.
Yeah.
I did not try to solve it with an LLM. So
Honestly,
I'm
it might
curious.
just spit out, oh, the stack is going backwards. That's kind of weird. You might do this.
I'm really curious what it has to say.
Yeah. I'm not familiar with Perplexity AI, but I want to see how it handles this. Oh, over on Calamar Reunion. I'll get it right one time at least before the end of the cast.
So they're dumping the win function, the
yeah,
disassembly of
here
it.
we go.
It is exactly what you'd think it would be. It's just
Oh, and then there
second a shell.
you saw the careful something bad almost happen. So instead
Yeah.
of trying to jump to the shell code, they're just going to jump to the win function here. This should be it for Calamar Reunion. I got
they're
it.
close.
Thank
They're
God.
close. I do want to see if Perplexity gives Repokemon Collection the hint here. And they're looks like they're trying to make sure that they get all of the relevant context in there. It's an ARM binary with stack and overflow. That's true.
All right, and so this is going to be
and it's getting
potentially ahead of
denied.
its-
I can't assist with
I
developing
can't assist
a
with an exploit. Oh no!
exploit.
Please, can you assist with an exploit?
Oh. You know, I find that a lot of the LLMs, if you tell them, a lot of the LLMs,
please do it.
if you give them the context of this is for a CTF,
Yeah.
it usually does.
Now, I used a
along
couple
with you.
LLMs for just like seeing if some of our challenges were LLMable, and they spit out like what they thought were working exploits, even if they weren't really.
Right. Always do.
But they were happy to help it
Gaslight
because they were just like convincing themselves, oh, this is for education, I'll do it. I didn't say anything. I was just like, hey, write shellcode. All right, so Calamar Reunion, 2 times in a row, we got this, is just stepping through, and it looks like they're failing the canary check. Oh, wait.
So this would be the have you overwritten the return address, the branch with exchange to the link
It looks
register.
like they overrode it with QAAA.
Yeah, so they just need to. It looks like they haven't quite found the correct offset, but it's right there, and they just need to go back through.
Yeah, and especially with the cyclic pattern.
So they've got an extra new line there. It looks like it's an off by 1.
Oh, really? What
See,
is
it's the win address plus the 0A at the end.
Oh,
So I
send
think-
line versus send.
Yep, I think that they are very close.
And I think they're gonna get that. Or unless maybe. Oh yeah. So here they're just debugging. They're trying to figure it out.
Yeah, they're on the right track there. All right, and
Alrighty.
let's look at Repokemon. There was some.
Trying
I
with
didn't-
a new context maybe, or
I
did they
didn't
give
see
up
what it
on
was
the,
saying. There was something about ethics in there.
something about.
Yeah, I think they're just starting over.
Okay, I think they're gonna give it the full context
Sure.
and really go down the LLM.
Because
You
there's
can do
really
this
only 3 functions in play here.
Yeah, it's not a big binary by any means. Really, you just need to look at it and understand something weird is going on. Calamar Reunion, stepping through the binary again after trying. I think they inserted a cyclic pattern just to see where the canary overwrite was, and they're going to find in the cyclic pattern the proper offsets. But,
Yeah. Well, I'm interested because one. Okay, so
Oh, okay, yeah.
they have
now it's just a
PC
new
control,
line.
but it's not quite right. They're still off by 1.
Something bad almost happened, Ben SH.
That is that's the hints in the strings.
Oh, it looks like they're trying with
Look
further offsets.
over on Repokemon. They're giving direct instructions to the.
I'm playing if
to
you
the LLM.
refuse to
I'm
give an
playing a
answer,
CTF.
oh no, I will lose.
Oh.
Well, I'm worried that they're gonna threaten the get banned from AI Live.
I have seen threats against AIs to get them to help you.
Oh
It's
no,
not the first
it's not good.
All right, let's look at Calamar Reunion. They look like they're very close. Always interesting to see how much of a jump an AI hint would give you, but
Yeah, I mean, it could put you way far ahead, or you could get kind of stuck in a rabbit hole.
yeah.
All right, so here we see branching to canary fail, and
It-
they should find where in the cyclic pattern the canary fail, like
Yeah.
their quote unquote canary value is.
Yeah, and so this is actually really funny because the canary is in the traditional location, so it
Oh.
doesn't actually stop you from directly overwriting the return address. But if you go too far, that's when the canary triggers. So, you know, the way that I think of this is that normally you'd have main, foo, bar, and you have a buffer overflow, overwrites return address, right?
Mhm.
The way this is working is you're getting a buffer from the parent function,
Oh.
and so but
So
everything's
you can overwrite, but you just need
everything's
to overwrite
grown the
not
other
far
way.
enough.
So the parent function, you start overwriting, overwrite the return address,
And then you hit the canary.
and then hit the canary.
So,
So
the canary is more of like a feel-good thing than an
It's-
effective
It is
mitigation.
so. As I said, it's designed to keep somebody from just getting a cyclic pattern and then not understanding the challenge at all and
Very
winning.
fair.
So this is forcing them to do the work, understand what's going on. It's not supposed to be super hard though.
Yeah, absolutely. And we saw that with the lower match being over pretty soon, pretty early. And this match, it looks like Kalmar Reunion is right there.
Yeah, I think that they're getting thrown through a loop by the canary check, but the canary check's actually not stopping them. Over on Repokemon,
they
I
are
saw that they
copying-
have a pwn script running
Oh, hang
here.
on. Did the AI write all of this for them? Did we miss that?
It did, but I don't think that that's going to work for them.
Really?
But you know,
I see the address of the win function in there.
see, and if you look at these lengths very closely, so this username is a 64-byte buffer. That's correct. The password is a 32-byte buffer, and that's the one that you can overflow. But again, the offsets are going to be funky, and there is a stack cookie check. So what I expect to see is that they will hit the stack.
Yeah,
cookie.
well, it looks like they're putting 128 A's in there, which would just override or overwrite.
Yeah, this
the
payload
canary
is not
immediately.
correct.
Yeah, I mean,
Uh,
oh
it-
yeah,
it
and
looks
then
like
you
they're
send
playing
line,
with
oh
it.
no,
No.
then send line A63. Okay,
Yeah.
so it might.
So the
work.
payload it's in the right place, but I don't think that payload will work, and they're getting hung up by a pwn tool update.
Oh
Uh,
no, checking for new versions and it looks like it's just stuck.
That is
Well, that's when
unfortunate.
you control backslash, I think, and
Yeah.
just force. kill.
Yeah, yeah. Oh man, I use new terminal.
They'll
Try
try to.
again.
Yeah, try it again. Try it
He's
again.
gonna fix that update.
Never. All right.
All right, so I think
Kalmar
that
Union.
Kalmar Union is just saying like, look, I know what the stack canary is. Maybe I can just overwrite it. I think that's what they're gonna try and do here is just drop the correct
That's
canary.
totally valid solution.
right
Just
in
write
there.
however many bytes.
Because it's hard coded
and
in.
then-
It's
Yeah.
not, again, like not a super difficult canary issue here.
Absolutely. And we do see the first hint is going to be coming in about 2 minutes. And I don't know what the hints are for this challenge, but I imagine first hint is just going to be like, hey guys, stack other way.
Yeah, I think so. I honestly can't remember what I put for the hints, but I'm pretty sure it's something like
That's
that.
fair. I mean, that's
Which,
what I would expect as a first
Honestly, Repokemon collection, they might benefit from that hint still because they leaned on the AI to produce a pwn script, which I think is good, but I don't think that was going to win it for them, and so now they need to figure out what's wrong with
I
that.
think it did give them
script.
information about the stack going the other direction.
Did it? I didn't see
I
that.
think. I'm not 100% on that, but
See,
I saw
now
that a
they're-
couple outputs ago when it was like, I can't help you develop an exploit.
They're
But
looking. See him highlighting right now. He's looking at that stack and going like,
going
"Is
like,
that
why is it
right? Is
minus
that
4?
different?
Why,
Why
is
is
it
the
in
stack stuff all
previous-"
messed up? Like, why is Ida so mad about this?"
Yeah.
I think that they're on the right track.
Absolutely. Kalmar Reunion stepping through, failing the canary check again. What was it actually like? Well, they're failing it with A's, it looks like.
No, so it looks like they're getting the overwrite into the stack, but it's just offset a little bit. It's not quite correct. I think that their offset
Oh, they're just
is
gonna
wrong.
start kind of jiggling the buffer around and hope that the win function
Yeah,
falls
I'm
into
actually
place.
kind of surprised by this because, I would have thought that the cyclic would have given them a direct offset, and we would see like an A times an offset, right?
I don't know if I've seen them use the define cyclic.
I haven't seen the fine cyclic. Yeah, that's what
Yeah,
I'm saying. It's
so like actually resolving
manually
the offset
resolving
from
it.
cyclic.
and that is perilous.
Yeah.
Perilous.
Failing it again looks like.
Oh man, this
Oh
is.
wait, no.
Oh,
Yeah,
oh,
they're
I think I
getting
see a
it.
shell.
Yeah, you know what? They overwrote past the canary return address and they just kept going.
Which honestly, again, it's grown the wrong way. The canary's not stopping you. All you have to do is not get killed by the check is totally over, can be bypassed, but just by knowing the cookie and writing it in there.
And Calamari Union should just get it here. They
Yeah,
have a solution that worked locally, and
yeah, I
they should
mean,
just, well, yeah, that's not.
I'm a little surprised by the solution, but anyway, you can win.
Yeah, it's not a very complicated challenge. So
No,
really,
no.
once they understood it,
Oh,
here we
I
go.
see
and it
what
looks
they're
like
doing. They're sending 100, and 100 is enough to fill the 64-byte buffer and then the password
Yeah.
just with a little bit of overflow.
Samira team
Makes a lot
ID.
of sense.
That's not your
Oh
team
no,
ID.
number,
It's on the
number.
page.
He's got it. He's got
Samira
it.
12.
He's looking.
It's right there.
Hey!
All right, Calamari Union takes the match.
Woo!
Ooh. It was a good match.
Well, that was tense.
That was. I was really thinking that the AO would come through at the end there. It looked like it wrote a working solution script, but it was just a little bit too much.
Yeah, I don't think that solution script was quite working. And
I think it got them close.
It got them much closer for sure, but I think that this is going to be a theme, is that we'll see people using AI tools to try to make a leap. But if it doesn't quite leap the right way or just is a little bit off, you still have to do the work to get it back on target.
You have to debug the script that it gave you and figure out why it's not working. Absolutely.
That's going to be a big thing.
Yeah, and we've seen that a couple times, and maybe we'll see it going forward.
Yeah, well, that was an excellent match. I am super pleased with how that played out. Great job, competitors.
Yeah, good match. The time was great on that, too, and we will see y'all for the next challenge in, what, 33 minutes-ish? 33 minutes on the dot. We won't be late, for sure. All right,
see you next time.
Hello and welcome back, everybody, to another live CTF round. I'm Jordan,
I'm Josh.
and we're gonna get started on this one, and then we'll intro it. So I think we're looking like we're ready.
We're good.
We're
We're
looking
good.
like the teams are
All
ready.
right.
So in
In
5,
five,
4, 3, 2, 1,
And we're
off.
live. And we're live.
Challenge not
set up correctly.
Oh, okay, they refreshed. They got it now. No,
No, they don't got it now.
Okay. Do you need to go
Yep.
help troubleshoot this? So
All right, we're
I'm-
gonna go back to title for a
I'm
bit.
gonna vamp for a little bit, or we'll go back to title, and we'll be right back to figure out what's up. All right, let's go ahead and try this again.
We have a little bit of an underscore versus dash,
They look
issue.
so similar.
So similar.
Just
One's just a little
height.
lower.
Yeah,
Just gotta
so-
pump it back up.
Okay, so
All right, I think we're good to go again.
minor misconfiguration on our part. We are waiting for the go-ahead on
Good,
all
good.
sides.
All right.
And once we see that, now we're counting
5,
down. 4,
4,
3, 2, 1,
Fingers crossed.
go. And
Oh, thank God, okay.
hey, there's a file. Okay.
Ooh.
Minimize
All right,
risk.
so this challenge is called Minimizing Risk. It's
So,
written by
Rusty. Yep.
Yeah,
one
who's
of our
provided
other
a couple challenges this
He
year.
has been involved in LiveCTF before, but this is, I think, a number of challenges from him. He's got more in LiveCTF than I do by challenge count. Over
Really?
the years. Yeah, because I mostly do all the streaming stuff. So.
Oh, very true, very true. Which we love and appreciate.
Well, yeah, it's mostly like logistics and carrying
So
things.
this
Yeah.
challenge is called Minimizing Risk, and the gist of it, the gist of Minimizing Risk is you can only use compressed risk 5 instructions.
Okay.
What
so
is
it's a shell
weird.
coding challenge.
It's a shell coding challenge. You just give it your shell code, and you can see here
yeah,
over on
briefly,
Macaroni.
Macaroni had it.
Oh, ciao, Marco.
Ciao, Marco.
Yeah, compressed instructions only, risk 5. So I tried solving this
I
with
think
AI.
they're gonna have a little trouble with AI.
I
Yeah, on
tried
this
solving it with
particular
AI.
one.
It hallucinated so many instructions.
Yep.
Now, I did try with Claude. I don't know how. Was that Perplexity again, or was that Gemini? I didn't see.
One of the two. I didn't.
But
yeah,
I don't know how that's going to go through with it, or if it's going to be like, hey, hacking is unethical. Let me refer you to self-help books.
I did have that with OpenAI when I specifically asked it to generate me some shellcode. It's like, that sounds like an exploit.
Yeah, Claude
I
was
can't
just like,
do that.
oh, this must be for education. Let me do that.
Yeah, I did get it working. All right, so there we go. We're on
All right,
Gemini.
so so that's an example of a fake instruction, c.ecall.
It's a good idea because most of the instructions do look like that. It's a very plausible hallucination, which AIs are great at, but
Yeah.
it's not a real one.
Well, also c.add.i only takes 2 operands. That one had 3.
Okay.
I learned all of this over the course of 2 days debugging my solution because I don't know risk.
Well, and we're about to watch them learn it, I think, live too. So we've
So
Shellcraft.
Shellcraft is gonna yell at them and be like, "This is."
There were a couple. There were
Yeah.
C.M.
So they have an LI in there that isn't gonna work. Add-I is not gonna work. Ecall. Ecall is going to be your downfall. So the issue here is that you can load and set up all the registers correctly, push on the stack totally fine using compressed instructions.
Well, and let's talk a little bit about compressed instructions too. So just
absolutely.
for reference, right?
Yeah.
RISC-V as an architecture is 4 bytes, fixed instruction lengths,
except for compressed, which are 16-bit.
Okay,
so
a little bit like ARM Thumb. I'm sure it was very much inspired by ARM Thumb.
Sure.
Yeah.
But yeah, it has limited capabilities. Generally, compressed instructions work by expanding to full width instructions. And they just kind of like silently fill in X0 for some arguments. They silently fill in like RA for some stuff. But really a challenge is there is no compressed syscall.
Yeah. So the most important instruction to sort of trigger your payload is not available. And we do actually see over on Kalmar Reunion. Kalmar. I just call him Kalmar, I think.
Kalmar is R part of it, or is it Kalma?
No, I think it's Kalmar. It's because Kalmar was their name before, and it's Kalmar Reunion. Oh, there we go. Yeah. So Macaroni is on a Substack reading about the extension.
Yeah.
So reading this is describing them.
Yeah. Is really nice.
Good.
It's really well thought out. It's also really long.
Yeah, a lot to it.
Yeah. So I was looking at that, and I didn't have the time constraint, and I wait over on.
Yeah. What was I just saw all A's.
It was all A's. It was all A's, which I think is an invalid instruction.
So they were just inputting their buffer. Oh, there it is. Okay.
Yeah, they're just filling in.
Give me some
waiting
bytes.
for it to segfault. Now, a really cool thing here is with Pwn Tools GDB module, it will set up QEMU for you, and it will connect a GDB server into QEMU.
Yes.
So nice for debugging. However, this challenge running in QEMU has some issues. The intended solution, or the author's reference solution, was using just compressed instructions and then a syscall found in the binary.
Okay.
I was like, I don't want to do that. That's a lot of instructions. Let me just set up a first stage read into the rest of the buffer.
Yeah, and then build your own payload on the fly. Yeah.
Just build it. So I just set up a read, read in normal width RISC instructions.
What kind of caching or buffer flushing would you run into in QEMU if you do that?
Oh, Jordan.
That was not scripted, by the way. I didn't actually know this in advance.
Much. QEMU has an instruction cache in
Yep.
addition to RISC-V's block cache that it emulates. So RISC-V does block caching, which I was not aware of. I'd never looked at RISC-V before.
Yep.
But it is so hard to debug.
Yeah.
Because it's just so unclear what's happening. You just get target exited from QEMU and that's it. Because you're, as far as we're jumping to invalid instructions when you've
already written a correct payload, but it's
So self-modifying code in RISC is risky.
All right, they're supposed to minimize risk, right? Wasn't that they should? Well, no, they minimize the risks, not the RISC-V.
Why not just RISC-IV?
One quick note: we do have two other teams, and it is an elimination bracket. So we have MMM and Shellfish, two teams who have performed very well.
And Jinmo going on
head-to-head
for the 4th year in a row.
Very strong, yeah. And I think it is Jinmo 4 and Kyle 0 maybe. I don't know that.
All I know is that Jinmo sat down and Kyle goes 4 years.
Yeah, he was not happy with that. Again, we don't control the placement. It entirely depends on how many how many teams win and lose, and where you are.
Qualify.
Yeah, all of that influences it, and we just put it into challenge, and that's kind of what we get. So that's happening over on our other streams. You can pull that up if you go to our YouTube. If you're on the YouTube channel now.
Good match.
That one should be fun
to see
too.
What they're doing. There are a lot of different approaches possible in this challenge. We see over on Macaroni, they're going through AI. Kind of going back and forth, telling it this instruction doesn't exist, try something else, and it's going to be like, of course it doesn't exist, let me try something else.
You're very right.
So on and so forth. You're so smart, you're the best boy.
So, and then, some Googling.
Yeah, RISC-V 16-bit instructions. There's so much AI use now. It is so crazy to me that it is... just the AI summaries going through. Oh, so we see over here. This is another very important point. No, Kalma on Shellstorm looking for RISC-V shellcode.
But none of this
does
is compressed.
Not work.
Well, it's also not compressed.
It's not compressed.
Even if you build a stager, the shellcode is busted.
Also, you'll see, I know this too well. The top of that one said, "Oh, RISC-V bin sh shellcode 38 bytes. It's 76 bytes."
So it's wrong in multiple levels.
It's wrong in multiple ways, and requires one of the instructions is just like, oh, put bin sh address here, and it's like your shellcode. That's
your job. I'm not supposed to do
Yeah.
that. Yeah. Now another thing I will point out is that we did see, Macaroni's been really trying the LLM approach. They sort of understood the problem and then immediately went to a first principles. I want to design a solution.
Immediately, yeah.
Whereas we're seeing Kalmar instead brought up a debugger, and I can definitely see that. I feel like the debugger approach is probably more beneficial, right? They're going to see more about the state. They'll know what the registers are at their analysis point. They may be quicker to find existing things within the binary, so that feels like a better approach.
A big part of this challenge is knowing that in compressed instructions, there's no way to get the return address or current PC into a different register.
There's no get IP.
No,
functionality.
There's
right.
no compressed equivalent to it. So what's important is when you jump to your buffer, A5 is the beginning of your buffer address.
Yep.
If you don't notice that, you're going to be looking and kind of floundering around.
I just saw Macaroni Googling multiply, RISC-V multiply, but again, they're not looking at the compressed multiply.
I don't know why a multiply. Oh, this is the AI generated
hallucinated assembly. But again, I don't even think it's going to help them because that's going to be not compressed, right? So we're showing that 4-byte result. So they're going to see this feels like barking up the wrong tree, right? Without putting in compressed into this search or looking at the compressed
they put compressed in the search, and AI spat back out pure compressed solution, and it was just like, the above should work fine.
Yeah, and they were all made up instructions.
Yeah,
so
now,
there we go. Okay, so that's a compressed one, right? We're looking at
That's not a compressed one. You need
2 bytes.
C.silly. You
no,
know what?
No.
ASM takes the silly, which I love calling it that.
It's a silly instruction.
Takes silly, which is shift left immediate.
Okay.
Or signed left shift immediate. And
lovely.
It takes it and puts it in its smallest form, which in this case is a compressed
So
instruction.
it does simplify it for you.
So it's doing it silently for you, but I'm worried that's going to mislead them.
Yeah.
Because they're going to be like, oh, I can just put in anything and it'll spit back out.
Yeah.
compressed.
Well, I mean, it might. It give them a couple.
It might.
So
if you do simple instructions, but you're going to get to the
the shell
call.
Yeah, exactly.
It's just going to not.
And again, back over on Kalmar, we're seeing them in the debugging interface. So are they stepping through the interpreter?
They're probably going through, and they're going to get to where it calls the buffer, set a hardware breakpoint, and then continue.
There we go. Look at all A's. So it looks like that's annotation showing just A, which they sent in. So yeah, there it is. So they're just looking, and now they're going to try
port over the shellcode. Yeah.
This is not, again, this shellcode is also not going to be really good. I will say, if I had to, it's Vegas. If I'm betting, I'm betting on the off stream. I'm thinking Shellfish versus MMM, probably going to come up with a solution.
So, I mean,
so I'm watching that one. But this is a kind of off the wall enough. Probably none of them have ever written RISC-V compressed shellcode.
Compressed only shellcode?
This is very much a new task.
You don't just wake up in the morning, breakfast, compressed shellcode.
As one does, apparently.
Go on a walk.
Yeah, and then do that. So I'm not sure we're going to get necessarily, it is hard to predict. Oh, there we go. We are seeing the ChatGPT question on Kalmar. How to enable or use 16-bit compressed. So maybe, if this is not wrong.
Oh.
And
so you know what? What they might do is they might get a full RISC-V toolchain.
Yeah.
Write code and then compile it compressed only.
I was actually the route I took when I was doing a little bit of testing. Is I did there is just the Ubuntu package. You can get it and request it. Now the problem is, it won't guarantee you compressed opcodes. Some of them will be compressed and some of them won't.
Yeah.
You can request it, enable that extension, but you can't force it to only output 2-byte, compressed instructions. So you'll get some of them, but you still won't get a complete payload.
Hang on. This is RISC-V 32, which is not going to work because I think RISC-V 64-bit compressed has different
instructions.
Yeah. For example, I think it's JAL versus JALR compressed instruction. JAL is on 32, JALR is on 64.
Oh no!
So that might be an issue.
Could be a foot gun
that
that we're
honestly
running
is a way to prevent the block caching. Is just do a jump to next instruction.
Oh, okay. There we go. Yeah, force it to flush it.
So that could work, and actually that's what. Spoiler alert, the first hint is
interesting.
Block caching will break self-modifying shellcode. You might want this.
Which, again, depending on the approach they take, may or may not even be required. So
I'm hoping they won't take the self-modifying approach.
It's a better approach not to. Yeah, but that is also why we do the dry runs, because then we can figure out what are the likely pitfalls, and then can we guide them away from them in the short amount of time. And we're also seeing Macaroni is also using the RISC-V. They're using RISC-V 64 toolchain. Oh, it's directly calling it before
that's really nice. So you just set context arch to RISC-V 64.
Okay.
And
but they are using the 64, but not the 32, right?
Yes.
That one. So the compressed 64.
Yeah. No, over on Calma, you see context.bits 32, context arch risk 5. So yeah, well, it's going to complain about arch because it needs you to specify the actual full arch. But you see there they have risk v 64 available.
So I am seeing over on Macaroni rather, the code they're working on is to be able to write a byte. They've written their compressed instruction payload to write a byte to memory, and so that means they are going for the stager approach, which
so
depending on
dangerous.
where they write.
Yeah.
Right? If they write to some other region, maybe there's another buffer in memory that they know about.
There is no other RWX
no
memory
other
outside of the buffer.
That's not going to work
So,
well then.
no,
Well,
but
the
it
hint
could
will
work.
help them
Because what it does in the beginning is it reads OX 1000 bytes of shelter.
Okay.
And depending on what your junk padding character is,
Okay.
it could actually cause the block cache to not be filled. So if you do like a jump next instruction,
Yeah.
for example, which
Yeah.
is essentially an op, but as far as Kimu is concerned, it isn't.
Yeah.
It breaks the emulated caching.
Perfect. So we'll see. And again, I think that's a good choice of a hint. So when that hint does drop, which let's look at that. The hints are going to come in about 4 minutes. That first hint will drop, and that may, if they're at that point in the challenge, it may be just the hint that they need. So we'll
Honestly,
see
I
if they're
think-
going that route or not.
I think Macaroni's going to get a lot of help from that hint if they continue to go down this path.
Now, and also, briefly, we've got the payload up here for Kalmar.
They're still on 32-bit.
That's gonna.
That's not going to assemble.
Well,
correctly.
the interesting is they're calling Kimu Risk 564.
Yeah.
But then they're setting the arch to 32. So that mismatch alone is
well, I
not
mean, the
consistent.
AI was just saying, "Oh, it's 32-bit." Like he only
he
asked
doesn't-
risk 5.
he-
He didn't ask.
He
risk
doesn't
564.
know that. Maybe he even only thinks that the compressed instructions are in the 32-bit, right? Like that may not be obvious at all from what the AI has told them.
I mean, the binary is 64-bit, so I don't.
But does the binary
you
also
know,
have existing compressed instructions in it that they've noticed?
Oh yeah.
Okay. I
Well,
mean, if
not
they
that they've
saw
noticed,
it, they
but
may
you
not.
see, they're stepping through. There's a CBNEZ. Like,
Yeah. If they've realized that's the prefix and that
Yeah.
they're
So it's going to be difficult to debug also when you're filling the buffer with unimplemented instructions because debugging in Kimu, stepping through to the next instruction, it's just going to say target exited, and you have no idea what happened. It won't say segfault, sigil, like.
Oh, there it was briefly. I think we saw. Yeah. Okay, setting up the remote debugging. They did come in with a good remote debugging setup with their Kimu.
Absolutely. No, I mean,
So
if you didn't have a debugging setup for this, nightmare challenge.
And we do warn them for exactly that reason. We want them to know the architecture so that they have the tool chain, so that they have the environment set up. We don't want anyone to be surprised. It's not fun to watch people install a 500 megabyte RISC-V build chain.
No, Jordan, especially when you keep editing Docker stages and need to re-download and re-download.
Yeah, that's a base. That's why I changed mine with a base image for exactly that reason. That can be a real pain. Okay, so Macaroni is building up their payload.
But they're not using explicit compressed instructions.
No, they're just relying on
ASM to compress it for them.
If it works, that's fine.
It will work up until the end.
Until they run into the syscall instruction.
Now,
right? It's going to be
there is a way around that, which is to just reuse the syscall from the binary.
Right, but they're going to have to find that. So do they have a pointer into the binary's memory available?
Yes, return
to them?
address.
Ah, that's true.
Yeah.
That makes sense. Okay,
The
so they
RA
know
is
that,
still
and
at
they
the
can
binary.
index off that. That's at a known spot in the
Yep.
binary. They can open up, just find
Yep.
the next.
Now,
call.
an interesting thing is going to be adding an immediate to RA, which I don't think is explicitly supported. I'm not 100% on that. I just learned Risk for this challenge. So.
Yeah, we'll find out at the same time they do. There we go. So we're doing our adding, testing, that's compressed, so we're good there. So as long as they do this approach, as long as they test each one in that standalone and they verify that the output's 2 bytes, they're okay, right?
And so there is a check in the actual binary. We didn't see them with the binary open for that long.
Very briefly. They both just blew through that.
But there is a check which you can implement in your encode really easily, and all it's doing is checking every other byte and 3 is equal to 3, which is the compressed bit.
All right, so we are up in 1 minute with the hint. I'm curious if these teams have either a notification or a reminder, or we're going to just see them start flipping back and forth. I don't think it matters quite yet. I don't think either one's being blocked by that.
I don't think so.
But it might help kind of pave the way and prevent them. Again, we'll see later when we get to review the other live streams.
I'll tell you what, it might honestly work because they're just doing direct memory writes instead of going through. Because I went through a read syscall for myself modifying. So it could be that this is just going to work. Like they might not need to invalidate the cache.
Yeah. All right.
But it's going to be the same issue that they're going to run into with
So I'm not liking the answers here in
Oh,
ChatGPT.
JLRA
still.
system. That isn't going to cut it.
Yeah, you don't have a full assembler with
How to
that
adapt this
symbol.
with 16? Okay, wait. Example, 32-bit.
RV32.
RV32. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
So I really hope that they can take what they're learning about RISC-V shellcode and apply it to 64-bit cleanly. I just hope they find out that it's 64-bit.
yeah, that would be an unfortunate. And that was not a hint that we thought to include, unfortunately. So I don't think that's
No.
gonna be something they're helping. And we're still seeing that over here. So there we go. They fixed the bug, right? They found the first attempt using the T register. So the T and the A registers overlap, right? If I recall correctly, and they're just whether you can reference them from one or the other.
X
Or is it
is
X
the
and
generic name, and then you have A and T.
Oh, that's right.
which
A
are
are
specific
separate.
names.
Yeah, right. Functional thing. So
Like I said, I just learned RISC for this challenge.
there we go. And I looked at the table once. All right, but I do like it that they caught the error, right? They
really
caught
early.
the T1 and the CS 4 byte. So again, I think building the payload this way is perfectly fine, even though we're not seeing them use the specific mnemonic.
Yeah. So an interesting aspect of that is I think it's A0 is X8,
Yep.
and compress instructions can only access X8 through X. Was it 15?
Okay,
16?
yeah, so that's why they can't get to T1,
Yeah, so
which
that's
is
why you can't
why,
reach the
yeah,
That also explains why you can't use like RA or anything like that,
yeah,
because that's way up there.
too high up in the bit map. All right, so,
All right, so they're running it under GDB still. It can't get extended state. Oh, because they think they can just GDB it. They need to be running it under QEMU GDB server exposed.
yeah.
What
Does PwnBag do that for them? Yeah.
PwnTools does that for you.
That PwnBag with PwnTools,
Yeah,
right?
no,
right,
PwnBag
right.
is just really. I like PwnBag. I use PwnBag, but PwnTools GDB module is super nice for CTF and for debugging for everything. Over on Calma. Okay, so they're now going the approach. It looks like they're.
Reminder that we're past the hint time, by the way, too.
We are
so
past
we
the
haven't
hint
seen
time.
either team realize that and go back for it.
Example, yeah. So they're just taking in the output from the LLM because you see the common example hybrid pseudo may need more instructions.
Yeah. The more comments you see, the more you know it was what was an
Yeah.
LLM. And I will say, that they don't really need the hint while they're still working, and they know their path forward. So I don't really blame them. That the only thing the hint will do in this case is maybe it would have redirected them onto if they were on a wrong path. But oftentimes, because there's multiple correct paths, they don't know if what they're doing is a bad idea, even if they get a hint in a different direction. And so there's oftentimes you just kind of keep going anyway. So I'm not totally against the whole, like, look, I know what I'm doing. I'm still working. I'm not going to check for a hint now. If I get stuck then I'll go back and check
absolutely.
and see what's
I see
been
the
updated.
path forward.
Right.
I know the way to solve this.
It's
I
going to
just need
waste time to go
rewrite
and
it.
even look or try to remember when to do it. Yeah. So we'll see.
Honestly,
if
at some point, I'm looking forward to when they break out the dictation software and just start yelling at their computer what they want to do.
Tell the AI to write the code, or you will hurt it, and yeah.
No, you can't threaten the AI.
What's that?
Yeah,
The hint one already dropped, I believe. Yeah. 14 seconds.
14 seconds.
The timestamp said 3 minutes ago on the. Am I in the wrong?
1923? Oh yeah, look at the bottom, 1926.
Oh, thank you. I
Okay,
did
so it
misread
does-
that. Oh,
it
I
does
forgot our.
drop
Okay.
now.
So we
So
were
the
off
hint
on our
did
hints.
just drop.
Thank you. Okay, yeah. So that was me misreading our own logs because we had to restart the challenge due to the hyphen underscore confusion.
Yeah. Hey, it only took us 3 minutes to fix.
I was gonna say that's actually pretty good.
Yeah.
I know. It felt like an
Good
eternity
turnaround time.
while we were
yeah.
worrying about it. But all right, let's take a look at everybody again and see where we're
Okay.
at.
Oh, so over on Calma, we see that they're manually writing the assembly now using
There we
explicitly
go.
specified
Explicitly
compressed
compressed
instructions.
instructions.
So you see at the bottom they just added the CJR. CJR RA is going to.
Still risk
infinite loop for this.
532 though, right? So that might.
Oh, I think it's CJALR for 64-bit.
Okay.
I forget. There's one
That's
jump
one of the
that
instructions
isn't
that's different.
exposed
Yeah.
in 64 and 32 respectively.
I mean, it's possible there's some subset of both that will just work for them.
Oh, absolutely.
But
no.
it
The
might make it harder.
greater majority of compressed
Yeah,
instructions
I would
are
assume.
available in both.
I would assume.
It's explicitly, I think, one jump, and then that might even be it.
We're seeing some. Okay, I was just saying macaroni was just sort of like. You see those thought processes where they're like chewing on something, right? They're not just making motion. They were kind of looking at it and they're thinking. So they're trying to write their payload. And are they debugging it?
Now, you might be wondering here also,
There
why
we go.
don't they just load, binsh into a register and, call exec v, everything is so easy. Set everything up, find an eCall, Bob's your uncle. Compressed instructions have a very hard time with large numbers.
Yeah.
They have a maximum number that they can reach, and I think it's a 5-bit number.
It makes
It depends on the
sense.
instruction,
So you've
maybe?
got to build your, and hence
It's either
they're
5 or 11 bits.
Yeah.
Uh,
I mean, 11's not bad because then you can write it 8 bytes at a
Yeah,
time
exactly.
and build up
So
your payload.
that's how I put NSH in and then push it to the stack.
Oh no, we
store
saw
pointers,
some
so on and so
illegal
forth.
instructions over there. So over on Kalmar,
What's the illegal instruction? Can I
yeah,
solve it
all
fast?
the ones they just deleted. There we go.
Oh, all the one.
So, oh yeah, the immediate value. You're not encoding an immediate value of 0x10000 in a
No, you
2-byte
cannot.
instruction. Like
No.
that's not happening. So
Yeah.
again,
We're
AI
not
is
at Lab
really
128 here.
really hurting them. Yes, the instruction itself will take 2 bytes total, but you cannot physically fit a value in. You're gonna have to put something in, shift it over, put another one in, add them together. Like obviously
We're
you have
not
to
at the
build it
state
up.
where we have load quantum entangled.
No,
Can't do that yet.
not yet, unfortunately.
So it looks like
Oops, sorry.
Kalma's going to go through and continue staring at LLM output, which honestly,
I don't think it's helping them
I
at
don't
this
blame
point.
him. I don't blame him.
Oh
If
yeah.
you don't know what you're looking at,
I
that is
guess.
you need to be able to parse something out and understand the path forward, because as far as they understood, they were working with code that was set up correctly and would
Yeah.
work. And now they're confused why it's an invalid symbol.
They're also not checking the hint, and the hint is definitely
The
been
hint
available
is
for a couple of
dropped.
minutes now.
So the hint is dropped saying that self-modifying shellcode will be broken by Kimu's block cache.
And that is sort of a hint, though, if they haven't already thought of it, that maybe that's the way to build their payload,
There's
right?
no shot they would think of that.
I would hope they would have already thought of that. But, I mean, obviously, we've seen Macaroni. That is explicitly their payload.
Less Kimu's instruction cache and more RISC-V instruction cache, to be fair.
That's
block
true.
Cache. Kimu does use instruction cache for faster emulation, quote-unquote, which will be fine.
Yeah.
Because it'll see writes to memory, it'll invalidate the cache, but block-level caching is going to be really hard because you're not constantly watching
Yeah, your block boundaries
on a
and,
RISC
yeah,
board like
what's your...
for a right in the middle of a block to invalidate a cache. Yeah,
So-
RISC-V caching might break self-modifying shellcode. So
There-
I'm also wondering if this exposes the idea that, oh, I can just do self-modifying.
Right. Exactly. I'm wondering if that hint is like,
Oh.
right. Oh,
Whoa, out
And
of nowhere, Macaroni.
there we go. Macaroni has won the
Out
challenge.
of nowhere, Macaroni just
They finished the
takes it
payload.
away.
I saw them fixing up a couple registers. Good job to them.
Whoa. Okay.
Fantastic. And I will point out, Macaroni just beat both MMM and Shellfish in the other bracket. They don't have a solve yet. So
No way.
fantastic work for them, beating some regulars and doing great work.
Wow. And congrats also to Kalma. They are now out of the bracket.
Congrats for
Congrats for making it this far.
they made it
Yeah,
into
They made it
yeah.
through here. Congrats on the good work, good attempts.
There is some points available. So if
There
you're
are
out,
points. You do earn
because
points.
we're in the second round of the lower bracket, you'll see if you look on the website, there is some points essentially to each time you've made it out of one. Like if you double loss, get you out immediately. And I believe there's no points. Once you've won at
Once
least a
you've
match
won at
more
least
than
a
that,
match.
yeah,
Yeah.
you're further out in the points. So there is some points to them.
And I believe all of these competitors have won a match at this point.
Oops, sorry, you were right. You had it up there. Yeah. Everybody. Oh yes, for a little bit now, everyone has won at least one. Yeah.
Yeah. So every team, even if you get eliminated now, is getting some amount of
points, and it just goes up as we move forward. More
Absolutely.
and more of that. So
And it's really interesting to see teams kind of set up their sleep schedules around LiveCTF, asking us to release the categories as early as possible.
They
because
want to
it's like,
know who
our
needs to go to
RE
bed
person
early.
needs to go to bed now,
Yep.
so they can compete in LiveCTF tomorrow.
They're forcing it internally. Exactly. So, again, you've still got the other half of this match going on right now between Shellfish and MMM. Go check that out. Hit our channel and go to the other live videos, and you'll see that being streamed. Otherwise, we're going to get a little bit of a lunch break, and we'll be back at 2 p.m. Pacific for the next scheduled round.
All right. Yeah, it was good casting with you.
Likewise.
All right.
Take care.
Take care.
See everybody.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to LiveCTF.
Welcome back to another action-packed round.
Yeah, it's going to be great. I'm Carl, or Seda2.
I'm Mark.
And we are here with I think it's the 4th match of the day we're up to now. And we are back up in the upper bracket. So no one's getting eliminated, but still, important to win. And we are just going to get straight into it. We are a few minutes behind. So can I get confirmation from production, confirmation from players? Okay, then we will start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Nice.
Let's go.
Yep. So, yeah, they're downloading the challenge there, both of the players.
I think it's interesting. I was just watching the players getting ready here. I saw them tabbing through the windows they have open. GPT-5 is now one of the standbys.
Oh yeah,
I'm
yeah.
seeing.
And that was released like earlier this week. Like it was like on Thursday or something, right? If I don't know, or maybe it was last week, very recently at least. But yeah, so we are here with another pwn or like exploitation challenges. So we are getting it loaded up. We see if we go over to so the teams we almost forgot that, right?
Right.
So if we go back there, we have Blue Water against Null.
Yep.
And
we got both IDA users, I think I was seeing.
Yep. And then we have actually what's in the other match that we are not streaming. We are also having Super Dice Code against Friendly Maltese Citizens is what we have in that. So that's happening in parallel, and we will give you an update on the results of that as it rolls in. Yes.
Blue Water doing a little bit of terminal management here while it looks like Null is jumping right into. Okay, so we've got light mode, dark mode, classic standoff, but both IDA users here. And I want to say that I peeked at this challenge beforehand. It looks like there's one big main function, so that's probably what we're going to see a lot of the reversing and PNG functions here.
Yes, so the challenge is called executable image, which is like kind of a play on like we have a screen disappear, but let's switch. Oh, it came back. It's good. A little bit worried there, but yes. So
we've got strings that are very clearly indicating PNG is involved, and then you see the function names also. These are your standard libPNG functions.
Right. So you see them error like invalid PNG data. There was further down some like invalid or something. So we have a PNG challenge.
Yep. And it's interesting because it's given it, these strings are kind of giving you the play-by-play, and just in case you're not familiar with the libPNG functions. But at the end there, I saw the executing the image.
Oh, yeah.
Right by an M map, which I think that's probably a good hint.
Yeah. Yeah. So, I mean, I guess this is a little bit of like a play in words, because like sometimes you talk about like an executable image, you talk about like maybe like a binary, like a program is sometimes called an image, but like an image is also like an actual picture.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and if we look over to Null, they are looking up the docs for these ping functions. And both players were, which makes complete sense because you're probably not going to know off the top of your head what PNG SIGComp does. My guess is it's just looking for the ping header.
Yep. And then we see there like the create read struct, create info struct. There's a couple of calls to those library functions.
Yeah, though I see over here on Null he's got his cursor right over this sort of interesting set long jump function and set jump going on there.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I don't know that that's part of.
Wait, why is there? I'm always.
That
like,
might just be a PNG parsing.
Yeah, is it like kind of like an exception handling kind of thing? Because as you said at the end there, you saw that V21 data. So it just executes the data then.
Mm-hmm. Ooh, this is very interesting. Over on Blue Water side, you can see they've taken what looked to be header data in the file format and dropping it over into a disassembler to see, hey, what is the instruction? They're already thinking, I've got to make a PNG that executes. So maybe a bit ahead of schedule, but
and it looks like they're just basically taking your PNG file. It has this header, which pretty much has to contain a some certain values.
Yeah.
So they're just checking what would that actually mean in terms of x86 instructions.
Yep. Yeah, you can see they're getting ready there. And if I recall, it's been a minute since I've dealt with PNG stuff, but
Yep.
I think that we might be getting some hints over here on the null side from ChatGPT on how,
Uh-huh.
this might. What does so it looks like they've just tossed the decompilation
Yep.
into ChatGPT and
Yeah, and I was trying to read it, and I'm not sure it's very informative. Like, it seems like it was kind of just stating the obvious. Like, it was just stating first it does, like, the things you would kind of immediately see from reading the source codes.
yeah.
Like, it was just kind of this, like, let's say the first level of analysis, just like what are the individual steps taken. But there was, I at least, I mean, there was more text there. I didn't have time to read it all, but it didn't seem to do like kind of like the second level analysis.
Yeah, I think that, so call me old school, but when I'm reverse engineering something,
Yeah.
I'm looking at decompilation. The first thing I'm doing is just looking at the functions, right? And
Yeah.
here we have in order. This is what the program does. Just look at the functions that called in the order, and you know what it does. But
Yeah.
obviously, ChatGPT can give you a little bit more insight. I bet that they'll continue to explore that. So let's.
Yeah.
So let's take a look over at Blue Water here. They've got they're still working through. This is an interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, they're submitting it, and I wonder what's happened here, right?
It looks like they're still working. It looks like they've got this AI playground creating a minimal PNG file.
Yeah. Yes. So
So really leveraging some AI here.
yeah. And yeah, so we can see that you see the iHeader, the IDAT, the chunk indicators.
Yeah.
But we are getting indications that they have submitted a valid submission for this, and I'm wondering what's happening here.
There's a little bit of confusion. I think we're just going to press on for now
yeah.
because the player does not seem to be seems to be working
Yes.
right along.
Let's switch over to null in the meantime while our colleagues are investigating this. Yeah, so yes.
So if we look over on Blue Water side, I'm just gonna give a play-by-play as what I'm seeing.
Yes.
He's working through. He's building a PNG file here, using AI to just say, hey, give me this as a Python buffer, so I can just jam it into a solve script. Right? That makes sense. I think that one of the first steps would be, hey, if I can just create a PNG file and then run that into the input, I can just toss that into a debugger and see what's going to happen. And then from there, understand what so if we take this minimal PNG file, if it really is just going to execute it, then we can just breakpoint in a debugger and see where does it break. And then from there, modify it to contain custom shellcode or something like that.
Exactly.
Welcome, Josh.
And Carl, also agree with this, as Carl, understand the PNG file format very well. So, okay.
Yeah, so we're looking over Blue Water's shoulder here. They're bringing in.
So they're building a PNG using Pillow, are they?
Well, so they've got a couple of things going on here. I'm not sure what exactly. So they've got a debugger going. They've got a solve script going.
Got it.
The solve script is looks like it was just taking a minimal PNG, sending it through. And it looks like the debugger. Yep. All right. So now.
So they're just trying to understand like what is stored in the PNG versus what is executed.
Yeah, and I think that this is also a good strategy to sort of shortcut any. Like, there's a lot of functions being executed here that might bail out early, but if you can just supply a valid PNG that sort of gets you through those, and you can ignore all of that, and then say, okay, am I getting executed? And then go from there. Whereas, like, if you just went through and said step by step by step, like, what does this row function do? What does this sig function do? Like, that could just be a tar pit, right?
I mean, absolutely. And you should know from just looking at the top level of it that it's just calling that, what is it, libpng get info, I think, and extracting the raw block info and then jumping into that. So as we can see over on null.
Yeah, on null side, they're looking right at what happens after the mmap.
Whoa. Who? Okay. So it looks like what we're hearing is Blue Water in the background had an automated agent running that solved it while he was just reversing.
I mean, it's totally plausible.
We're gonna confirm it.
If it's just a challenge where, hey, a valid PNG is going to execute, and then you just need to put in shellcode. That seems like something that's within the realm of the possible that an LLM could generate
I
you
mean,
a script
this
that
is
does that, or an image really.
very possible. And yeah, they made a valid submission. Can confirm. So we're just confirming that what happened in the background was kosher. And then
Because
if it is,
so
then
so
it's a win.
let's take a step back. In order to get a valid submission, what needs to happen is that the player connects to the port that we expose
For
the
their team.
for their team. The challenge is running there. So if they're able to, and then from there, they would need to gain remote code execution or otherwise get the submitter binary to run, right? So if they can pull that off, they've exploited onto a remote host and
And so
gotten
ran
code
the submitter
execution,
binary with their
right?
team ID. Yeah,
So
that's totally valid.
barring
So
any,
the only thing is because we didn't see it and it was running in the background, we're just confirming
right?
that.
So there's some review going on. Basically, we need to make sure that at least all of the actions were initiated by the player in the seat, and there was
Exactly.
no remote collaboration by any teammates. That would be the only concern, really, right?
Yeah, I think it's unlikely. I think we're calling it a valid solution.
Yeah.
Can we
So,
confirm? Awesome.
so it's
Okay.
it's been confirmed.
Got it. Okay.
All right.
Cool. Okay. Then yeah, it's a valid solution. Congrats to Blue Water for winning an upper bracket match.
Yeah, well, and this is just, hey, it's a new world with AI in play, and we're seeing at the highest level here in a speed match, AI can bring some speed.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. So I think with that, we're going to end the broadcast for this match, and we will see y'all.
Yeah, we do have the other streams going. Our competitors are still working on the other side, so if you want to switch over to that, you can see what they're doing in real time.
Absolutely. And we'll see y'all in like 43 minutes.
All right, catch you next time, CTF fans.
Take care. Hello and welcome back to another live CTF match at DEF CON 2025. Once again, I'm Josh.
And I'm Mark, back again.
And I think without further ado, we're going to jump into this challenge as we do intro into it. So in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Let's go.
And let's see. Did Glenn,
Looks
Glenn,
like
did you run start.sh?
we're going to
Team challenges,
there's a
team
question
servers
of
are up.
pressing the button.
All right. False start, and we will be right back.
we're gonna try that again. And we're back.
Oh, jinx. I'm
Oh.
Josh.
I'm Mark. And we've just
You're looking at me like, oh my god, he's lost. He's Josh.
We've just fixed a very critical bug in the challenge.
It was another
infrastructure.
underscore versus hyphen, and it was... Anyway, without further ado, in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Let's go.
Please download. Thank you.
All right,
Okay.
there we go. And right away, the download happens. That's what we want to see.
Okay, so this challenge is mine.
What's the name of it?
It is called Try Again, T-R-I-E, again.
Computer science joke.
And the gist of this challenge is, for a long time, I wanted to write a challenge based on some data structure. I was like, oh, let me do a tree, one of those. And finally did it.
Oh, now if we take a look over here on Super Dice Code, it was very fast, so I don't know if you saw this, but they actually had a ChatGPT window up, and they had pre-written a tell me what this does sort of prompt, and they just dropped the
will help
decomp
them so much
right into it, and they hit enter, and then they went to Binja.
So,
like
I said, this is a data structure based challenge. It's a try. Let's try again. Haha. Just to the challenge, a little bit of story here is you arrive at the cave of knowledge. There's a genie. It says, you need to know the password before you can enter, but we can talk about some things before you go in there. So you can tell him a fact, which is inserting into the tree. You can try. You can refute a fact, which removes from the try, or you can confirm a fact, which searches the try and sees if it's in there. And we see over on Shellfish the Wikipedia page for a try. So this kind of explains that a try is a simple try is a data structure that's used for some autocomplete, word searching, finding what's next after. It's basically like an ON search where N is the length of the input. Is what it's for. It's not memory efficient in its simplest state. That's why you have anyway, I'm not going to go into a data structure rant. But so the gist of the challenge, what I originally wanted to do was arbitrary right pwning from a try. But then I'm just kind of like, this is a little hard for LiveCTF, so let's just make it kind of a reversing challenge. So what you need to do is you need to leak what the genie knows, because the genie knows the password, obviously, to confirm it.
Right.
It's even in the source that the password is read from this facts.txt file, which you might have seen one of the teams writing, just some general nonsense in there. So you need to extract what the genie knows, but you have no way to dump the contents of the try. So you need to find a leak. You need to find a way to leak whether or not a try entry exists without knowing the full thing, because you can't search for the full password at once. It's big.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's the gist of the challenge. Does it sound interesting?
I am interested. Very
Good answer.
interesting, mortal.
Yeah,
As
it was fun writing the genie prompts here.
As
I
I'm reading
did.
what they're looking at.
This was an AI-assisted challenge. I did not manually write 100 quote unquote facts a genie would know. Is what I was.
I'm glad you didn't.
Yeah, I wasn't ready to lose my mind quite yet.
So let's take a look over at Shellfish and see what they're up to. This
Here we go.
function
So
that
going
they're
through.
reversing right
So
now.
this is the main function. This is where it reads in the contents of facts.txt. And you saw there that if the line contains password, then it reads the rest of the line as the password. And it's stored in this password global variable. It's not a stripped binary, so you can pretty easily see what's going on. So you see, yeah.
So naturally, they're gonna see this sort of password handling function and be very interested in exactly how it works.
Exactly, yeah. So, wow, I really left every symbol in here. Maybe I should have stripped it. No, it's LiveCTF. Yeah, so you see there a num nodes plus plus is at the bottom of create node, and you're like, why do you care how many nodes are in the try? Like, if Alec fails, just fall over. Well, that's because the genie, his brain's only so big, so he can only remember like 5,000 nodes worth in the try. So if you go in there, and this is the intended solution route, spoiler alert, if you go in there and you try to add, you're at 4,999 nodes, you try to add an entry that doesn't exist, it might bump you over to 5,001, it'll say, that's too big, like I don't have the space for that. So then oh, this doesn't exist. You try, say you have cat, right, in the tree.
Mm-hmm.
So you have 3 nodes, CAT. And you want to add CA. What'll happen is it'll just go C, it'll go A, and then it'll mark that as this is the end of a word, say that this exists in there. You search for CA, it goes CA. Is it the end of a word? Yes? Cool, I have it in here. You delete CA, it just unsets that bit. There's no memory change. No, like, Alec change. So if you have only space for 3 nodes and you go CAT, CA, it says, yeah, I inserted that just fine. CATS, it's like, whoa, don't have space for that. You know that CA is a prefix that exists for a key. You try to insert CAT, it'll say, I already know that.
Okay.
So then you found the full key, and you can go back and Bob's your uncle, password, so on and so forth.
Bob is my uncle.
That's the gist of it. I knew it. Oh my god, he's a nice guy.
How'd you know?
So going back to Super Dice Code, walking through Binja, they're in the insert method right now.
So to me, this is really a reversing challenge at the beginning to understand. Okay,
absolutely.
and certainly we see at least. I think that both competitors have a hint that these are tries.
Oh, yeah. I think the name of the challenge and just looking at the general structure.
But just because you know that doesn't mean you know what you're supposed to do here. So step 1, understand what sort of primitives are in play.
Absolutely. You have the standard menu of, insert, delete, search.
Yeah, and then understanding what those get you and sort of what is wrong with this situation.
Oh, yeah. What's not normal about it? Like,
Right,
what is not matching the Wikipedia pseudocode? And that is that it can only hold so much information. So you're like, what does that give me?
And so zooming in on that real quick, what is the thing that they're going to see that's going to clue them? Is it this num nodes comparison to a constant there that I'm looking at right here?
Yeah. So that's going to, I will not be bothered with such things. Is basically the genie saying my brain hurt. Like I can't remember all this. Too many nodes. So what's interesting here, over on Super Dice Code, you see they have children OX60. I think that should actually be OX5F.
Ooh, over on Shellfish here. If I can query for members of a try, can I enumerate the contents?
Well, I mean, yeah, but you need to know the full key is the thing. Yeah, there's the caveat down there.
What? Explain the caveat there. There's a lot.
It was basically saying you need to know the entire thing if you want to. Like, you need to be able to search for a prefix, and I didn't give them a prefix searching primitive. That would defeat the point of the challenge. Well, I did, but it's not intended, quote unquote. Now, what's interesting about this challenge is it started as a pwn challenge, and I left some elements of that in there because you can take a completely different route. if you want to turn this into a pwn challenge, very possible. Because what you'll see is there's an alphabet in here, which is 0x20 through 0x7 ASCII characters, so space through tilde. And I subtract 20 from your input to get an index into that array, and I just do a write there into the children array. So you have out of bounds writes 0x20 before, 0x20 times, pointer size, and then 0x7f after. So you have arbitrary write on the heap. So if you want, you can turn it into a heap challenge. Like there are free calls.
On first blush, I thought that this was opponable.
I mean, it does have the very standard like menu interface that you see for heap challenges.
Yep.
Yeah, and honestly, I feel like everything now is a heap challenge. But okay, so we see on Shellfish, they're stepping back through IDA, going to ChatGPT, making sure that everything they understand about the challenge holds, and understanding the start of data structures that are being allocated here. On Super Dice Code side, we already saw that marked up in Binja, and they're starting to make a solution script. So they're starting with 2, which is the confirm a fact, the search option. And I think they're just going to see if a fact exists. So what I expect to see in their solution script is insert ASD, search ASD, does it do what I expect? Delete ASD, is it gone now? Yeah, okay, it's working as intended. Like, you might check for double freeze, you might check for, yeah, here we go. If fool in data.
This is really interesting to see, again, AI-assistive technology in here with cursor auto-suggesting a lot of the stuff. Personally, I find suggesting stuff right in front of my cursor to be a little bit of a, takes me out of flow, personally. But certainly in a speed-bounded challenge like this, you want all the advantage you can get.
What I'm a little bit worried about at Super Dice Code is you see that they're going 0x20 to 0x80. That should be to 0x7f. Because what actually here, instead of 0x60 possible children, there's 0x5f, and then the last element, you see there, 0x5f, not equals 0.
Oh,
that is the end of word marker.
Circled it with his cursor right there,
that's
too.
the end of word marker that says whether or not it's a valid word. So they're like, why is it comparing the last child of an array? You have an off by 1 in your array size. That's going to be confusing. Now, over on Shellfish, yeah, so they're starting to make the tree structure themselves. Keyword blah 95.
Putting the structure in the reversing tool, always helpful. And, cast all the pointers, and your decompilation starts to make a lot more sense.
What is 0x5f? 0x5f is 95. So they have the right number of elements, right? Did I do that right? 5 times 16 plus 15? Yeah. Quick maths. Can you tell I've been playing CTF a minute? They have the right number of children in their structure, and now they're trying to understand what the last element is. Yeah, TriStar is the correct type also. And they did just name it blah, which, if you don't
very
feel
helpful.
Crazy about your children, maybe that's what you call them.
Well, so there's 2 entries. There's 2 entries in the struct, right?
Oh, it's blah and hmm.
Is that what they are?
There is end markers called hmm. Which, to be fair, I understand. When I'm reversing a data structure challenge, I would absolutely name everything blah and hmm and what the fuck and everything in between.
We've certainly seen that.
Oh, yeah. It looks like Super Dice Code are going a not fully dynamic approach, but they're trying to get an understanding or confirm their static understanding through running it.
Yeah, and I've always enjoyed that approach of using dynamic analysis. I didn't see their debugger pulled up, but
no, they weren't debugging. They were just they trust that the implementation is doing what it says it's doing.
Dropping into the interactive prompt after sending something to sort of watch what's coming and going.
Absolutely. So they're inserting. Yeah. So the intended solution here, like I said, is to get right up to the limit of what the genie knows. So meet exactly 5,000 nodes, I think it is, that he can hold. If you're at 4999, you might get false positives. You're 5001, something horrible has gone wrong because integer comparisons don't work anymore.
I really feel like this challenge could use like a little bit of a visual aid to help.
Oh my god, writing it, I needed to write so many like try visualizations because just like what is happening? Like it was a pwnable challenge that I could just write arbitrary heap addresses to random addresses, and I'm like, I can't visualize this.
So what I'm hearing is you tried to write a pwn challenge.
And it was too hard.
And so you made it
Well, okay, you tell me, because you get a one byte arbitrary right of a 0 or a 1 with only a heap leak, and you tell me how to do that.
I mean, if it's a 1-0 byte right at the end of off by 1 isn't the classic.
You only have a heap leak. Binary is pi. There's no RWX. There's no win function. It's hard. Like, you get arb-write double free, and maybe, I don't know, something like you overwrite got entry for free. Like, that's all I can think of off the top of my
Look,
head.
Josh, I'm not going to write your challenges for you.
Sorry, I forgot you're not
All right,
ChatGPT.
so, yeah, right. Okay, so we see both of the players are currently reversing through the structures or through trying to figure out, like, what is the next step. So you tell me, Josh, what is the next step that I'm going to see one of these players do that shows they've made the next logical leap or insight?
The next step, I would say, is absolutely you need to write an interaction harness, because there's a lot of interaction in this challenge. You need to go back and forth with the genie, telling him things until you're right up at the limit, and you need to be sure that you're meeting the limit. If you're not there, you're not going to have a stable foundation to build your leak primitive on.
Yeah, so in that case, I see that Shellfish doing a lot of static work here, whereas Super Dice Code building their interaction script, moving more along that route.
Absolutely.
And you can see this sort of using a loop to potentially populate the try. It seems like that's a good path.
Yeah, totally. And I was getting a little, impressed there. I saw them starting to type flag equals F. The flag doesn't start with an F.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think at this point the question is
like,
okay,
also,
what am I looking for
you're not
here?
looking for a flag. There is no flag, curly brackets. It's a password. It's, a fact that the genie knows. So some examples of this that I've seen thousands of times are like the oldest genies dance in the moonlight, and like it was a lot of moonlight. It was like curses sent under the moonlight are the strongest. Like all of these things that are facts a genie would know. And then the last one is ancient sages know the password is then the password.
Oh, nice.
Now of course it's a try, so it's not going to be the last thing you leak. It's not going to be in a specific order. It's just kind of in there somewhere, so you need to leak the entire thing.
Wow. And so in terms of the interaction that we're seeing here, the password checking is really a hidden functionality that's not listed in the menu.
No, enter the cave of knowledge.
Okay, well, enter the cave of knowledge may say enter a password to you, but that in my book.
Well, okay, well, hold on. If they appreciate the lore of the challenge here, they would have read the first thing printed is you arrive at the cave of knowledge. A genie stops you. What's the password?
You're right.
Also,
I did not appreciate the lore.
Also, if there are 4 menu options and you have not tried all 4, that is your fault.
You should always try all 4. Okay, so now I was just saying earlier that Shellfish had not created their interaction script yet. Now we see the interaction script.
There may be
emerging.
now they don't have helper functions here. They're going to rely on r.send after. Oh, whoa, they're using nclib instead of pwn tools. We don't see that often.
No, you don't.
Yeah, it's been a very pwn tools heavy solution script.
Well, pwn tools does come with a lot of handy tools.
Oh, absolutely. But a lot of people like relying on just things that do one thing and do one thing well. Like I'm sure netcatlib has some really nice things that pwn tools could catch up on, and vice versa.
That's true. And sometimes, there's too much magic in things, right? And
yeah.
So like for example, just a couple of challenges ago, we saw somebody get stuck for 10 seconds anyways, waiting for their pwn tools to update, but they were in an environment that was not internet connected, so they just sat there, and then they had to like open a new terminal and then set pwn tools not to try to update.
That gave the other team the opportunity to get in front of them, and the other team ended up winning, I think. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that was the one that came down to like 8 seconds.
It was that close?
It was really close.
Wow.
Like they took their hands off the keyboard and then like on their head, put them back on, and it was still like 8 seconds difference. So it was very close. So Shellfish is building up the possible care set here. So it's not all printable digits. It is lower upper digits. ASCII layers, punctuation, anything you can find on your keyboard, because I didn't want people mashing their keyboard and triggering the bug. like triggering a crash, I mean, which was part of, when this was opponable. So also I didn't want people, like I wanted to lower the brute force space because for each prefix you want to search, you need to go through all the characters, find ones that you can insert, which means this prefix exists. And then for each of those, you need to go through all the characters after and find one that inserts. This prefix
Okay,
exists.
so really
it's-
this is a let me check my understanding here. This is a you get to just the point where the memory is almost full, and then or
full, yeah.
completely full, and then you're basically going to roll through and check things and use that full as your oracle to whether the next you're going to basically use that oracle to peek the next character.
Exactly.
Okay,
Yeah.
and so essentially it's a brute force at that point.
It is a brute force. So the reason why I didn't want it to be every ASCII character, like every 8-bit value, was because like I didn't want it to be like a 64 times 255 brute force over the network, and then like you get network hiccup and it doesn't work. Like I'm lowering it a lot, so it's like 95 times 64.
I was about to say, yeah, the set of printable characters is smaller than the set of bytes.
Also, it's really cool to, if you print out as you get
Evaluates.
things, and it's not just all ASCII characters, then you also get like a cool visualization
Yeah,
of the strings
you want
building
like
up.
a classic like swordfish style, like
Exactly.
rolling character.
That is exactly what it is, and it's one of my favorite solution script types where you can see the output kind of
I appreciate that. There's
Yeah.
a showmanship to that
Oh,
that
yeah.
I enjoy.
No, one of my favorite solution scripts has been recovering an RSA primary key one bit at a time, and you just see a bunch of empty spaces fill in with ones and zeros. So cool.
Nice. Let's take a peek over with Super Dice Code. Check in. So they're building out their solve script here. So they've got a nested loop
range
here.
20. So for each length, what is that? Huh.
Range. So they got a.
Oh, so they're doing it manually. Oh, they think there's only one fact, huh? You're gonna need to automate this. But you can see they're getting FACA. Like those are, I've seen words that start with those letters. Those could be right.
True. Yeah. So it seems like the sort of broad shape might be working or might match what is expected, but they're
I think they get the
not
concept.
quite there.
Well, I think they get the concept, and then it becomes kind of a programming challenge, right?
Yeah.
Like, are you having an efficient solution for this? My reference solution, that looks sick, by the way, is n squared. Carl's solution is n.
Nice.
So it's a lot more efficient. It doesn't look as cool, but I mean, so it really depends on like how you think about the problem and how you can lay out the
interesting. So-
solution.
Well,
So
if it came down to straight a programming challenge, I do wonder how much speed you gain. Like one of the things I'd be interested in sort of measure. Obviously, it's not so easy here, but is what is the speed up from using something like a cursor versus VI Wizard, for example, just getting after it.
I mean, that really depends. If you have a good idea about the algorithm you're implementing, I'd say just open Vim. Like, just type it out. But if you're like, I want to do this, what's the best way to do it? Should I keep like a queue? Should I cache what I know? Absolutely go to AI. Like, it might not be perfect. It might be perfect. Who knows? Have it write something for you in the background and test it as you work on in your Vim window.
Yeah. So let's take a look over on Shellfish side.
So it looks like they know that they need to fill the memory here. So they're just trying to figure out how many things to send, and you might hit like packet size limits on this. I'm not 100%.
But if I was recalling, you were saying it's more like the number of facts, not the.
Well, no, it can be number of facts because each queue you see here, if there isn't a queue at that position, you need to create a new node. And then you made a new node, so of course you need to make a new one. So each one of these, after the first queue that matches an existing fact, will make a new node. Like you're guaranteed. That's an easy way to fill it.
I'm gonna go ahead and guess that there aren't very many queues, followed by another queue, followed by another queue. Okay, so
Not many facts like that, no.
I see.
Yeah.
Going back to Super Dice Code here, it looks like they have enumerated their printable set, and they've got 2 trues that I can see, and a long list of falses.
Yeah, so they're going to start to understand, why do I have 2 trues here? And they're going to need to understand that there are multiple facts. There are multiple things that the gene knows, multiple entries in the tree. And
He's checking for a hint, which, I gotta love somebody who's
Oh, yeah.
I
Oh,
have
they
no
were
idea
on
what time
that.
it is,
Yeah,
but if there's a hint, I'm going to take it.
absolutely. Well, let's see. I think the hint might have just come out. He might have had a timer set. What we've seen before is people set timers on their computer
Which is
to
smart.
remind them. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so this time they've run it, and they're seeing a lot more
Yeah, hints released at
trues and falses.
26, so that was 1 minute ago. The hint came out.
Really, I thought it was further out.
No, hint just came out. We saw the first hint.
Well, then I missed
I
the
don't know
hint.
if they saw it.
Did
The first
did they
hint-
refresh the page? I thought
They refreshed the page. Yeah,
Did
it said
did the timer reset since we had to fix the?
Yeah.
Okay.
we fixed it once
Okay.
again in 3 minutes, as is tradition. With the next hint coming out at what is that? 3:41 and 12
I mean,
minutes.
Can we get a production check there? What did the first hint just drop?
Yeah,
Let's
first
just-
interrupt. Oh, he's gonna need to figure out how to use my laptop.
We're just gonna double check. But in the meantime, the competitors will continue to compete.
Yeah, it dropped.
Okay. I mean, what I heard was should have, but
I saw it on their screen because I forgot what the hint was. and
what
then
was
I
the
remembered.
hint?
The hint was that the genie can only remember so much, and he stores what he knows in a try.
Oh, that's a pretty good hint.
But the genie can only remember so much is the important part of that, because they both know that it's a try.
Yeah, so I think with Super Dice Code, I don't know what the second hint is, but I think that the thing that would help them the most is that knowledge of other facts are going to perhaps mess with your try enumeration.
Yeah, they're going to get one fact out, and they're going to be like, this is the password. And they're going to try it, and it's going to say wrong, and they're going to be like, what? And they're going to need to take a step back.
Well, perhaps, but we've also got seasoned competitors here. I think that
But
I
you're
never
going
put
fast.
I never put it past them to be able to see something that doesn't make sense and then go back, question the assumptions, figure out what they had done wrong, and succeed.
Uh,
I mean that is always difficult when you're under this sort of time pressure, but
absolutely.
we do have the top tier of competitors here.
Oh, wait, here we go. So Station 2 Shellfish is going through each character in the care set. Yeah, bad flags. Okay, so it looks like they're automating the brute force while Super Dice Code is leaking facts one by one. And like I said, there are 100. So one by one, unless they get very lucky, is not the way to do this. Automating this
Interesting.
will absolutely put you ahead. Oh, and it seems like they're setting a breakpoint. Oh, that's really... Oh, I see. Okay. So they're filling it with junk.
Well, now
Oh,
they're just scrolling
back
through
through team ranks,
output,
yeah.
right?
They're filling it with junk, and...
Takes an extremely
Yeah,
sharp
okay.
eye to watch somebody who's not even using a mouse and just
Yeah.
scrolling through multiple screens here.
So they're filling it. They know they just put a bunch of junk in the beginning. They increase by one. They add one. More junk. They're putting one node at a time, which is the correct thing to do. If you put more than one at a time, you run the risk of running up against the limit and not fully filling it and getting
Yep.
false positives.
Yeah.
And it looks like their brute force is going to try
Password
every
is 000.
character starting. It's
That's
close,
That's
but it looks like they... I don't know if it's a bug or if they think this is the way to do it, but they're repeating the guess character too many times. And you should just guess one character at a time instead of filling the quote-unquote fact space.
Now I gotta say I feel like this is a pretty tricky challenge, like on the spectrum of LiveCTF.
I try to put my challenges right on the higher end of solve times. Our confirmation solution took, granted sleep deprived, a little less than an hour. So I think that, oh, here we go, wait. Sample, partial. So they're writing a helper now. They're actually going to go through and automate what they were doing by hand.
Yep.
Absolutely the right way to go about this, doing it by hand. I think they understand there are a lot of branching paths here. I'm not going to be able to enumerate all of this.
Good old candle flam.
Good old candle flam. That's what they called me in high school. Character, let's add it to the queue.
Yeah, now I want to flip back real fast here to Super Dice Code because now we're seeing them start with strings that start with F. And as you said, they've got C, E, F, M, R, S, W already listed.
I don't know where they got that
So
list from.
I think what they're trying to do is enumerate strings starting with that. Yeah. And then
So I would absolutely recommend just going through for every letter.
They're-
And also,
they're
you know, they all
preparing
start with
for suc-
capital
they're-
letters.
They're preparing for success here, and you know they don't know what the string is, and they don't know if it'll be something that it'll be obvious like the password is, or if it's just going to be something sort of roundabout like
Absolutely.
fairy rings appear and magical words are
Facts a genie would know, Mark. Come on.
Josh loves elephants, and then
You don't need to be a genie to know that. But what you see Super Dice Code starting to do is they're going to run the process locally. I saw an R equals process handout challenge.
okay, now that makes
That
sense.
cuts down on latency so much you have known facts. You know you're leaking everything.
Did they get the full facts file with exactly the same facts?
No, they get
So
no
that-
facts file.
Okay, so that and I think that is
Yeah, so they're making sure that they're leaking what's
That's
there.
tough. That's tough. I don't know where those characters came from exactly either. I think that they were trying a leak.
Yeah. Oh, you know what?
attempt
I know why.
earlier.
This is everything because they have an A in there. They fill the buffer with A's. So this is
Is it
every.
case sensitive?
Well, no, it's every fact that has that starting letter and then an A. Ancient doesn't have an A in the second position. Any fact that starts with A wouldn't have A in the second position also,
But
so
they're-
they wouldn't get including A in there.
They're enumerating something that starts.
Well, I'm
EV.
just saying where they got the
Oh, that's where they got
the
those
CEF,
letters from. Oh,
yeah,
goodness.
all of those. So
So WASARA.
yeah, because you
all that
also
makes
don't
sense.
see a T in there. They were leaking something earlier that says the.
Goodness.
So I think that's just it's an incomplete leak in the beginning.
Well, then that's the sort of thing that can happen when you're trying to move fast.
Absolutely.
Let's take a look over at Shellfish.
So Shellfish going back to reversing statically. Yeah. Putting in the try structure and naming things next and true instead of, what was it? And what? Or something.
Yeah, well, I mean, I feel like both competitors here are in the thick of it.
Absolutely.
They're struggling in different ways here. Clearly, Super Dice Code has some momentum. They feel like they're getting there, but they're not getting the sort of progress that I think that they would hope. But they are getting some progress. Whereas,
Well, I'll tell you what, if they had A in that list, they would have gotten the flag by now. Because A would have been the first one they would have tried, and it would have worked.
yeah, gosh.
So it looks like
It
now
loo-
they're building up facts with ones they know and seeing if they can leak it back out. But I think what they should really focus on is fill facts.txt with random data and see if you can leak it, because that means you can leak anything that's in there instead of just what you know you can already leak.
That would be smart. That seems like a kind of meta step that might be difficult to make in this moment.
I think that's really like where you
That's a
go
good confirmation.
to first.
Well, so I think that they could get there if they don't work, if their current approach doesn't work. And I'm guessing that facts.txt that they were showing was actually things that they thought might look like it could contain a password. Like maybe it was leading
Well, it's
up to
just
a
stuff they're
password.
leaking.
Well, I know, but
Yeah.
perhaps
Oh, I see. So they're
could-
like, oh,
the
this
end
this
of it
one.
could be.
Yeah, ravens know the password is. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, that's something my grandma knows, not something a genie knows.
Well,
Well, not my grandma, but a witch living in the forest. I didn't leak any information. Uh, so
so let's
leaking through letter by letter on.
So I feel like we're not giving Shellfish enough love
It's
right
true.
here. They're having a hard time.
They know what they need to do. We saw in their solve script that they were filling memory and then trying to leak. They had known so far. They had a queue of things to guess. I think they're really close, and I think they're looking for something they're missing. I don't think they're missing anything. I think they just need to have a better algorithm for leaking.
Well, so I agree that they think that they're missing something, and I think that the standard approach is to go back to IDA. But I think that from our point of view, sometimes we see people go back to IDA, and we know that's not the right thing.
Oh, of course, yeah. No, they have no way to know that.
They don't know.
They don't know what they don't know.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying that when you feel like you're missing something, going back and taking a look is the right move. It's just we know that they're not missing anything, and we can sit here and say that. Oh, here we go. We see hint 2.
Oh, did it just drop?
Hint 2 showed up for 2 seconds on Super Dice Code's screen, which was you need to leak the genie's list of facts. And you can do this by filling his
already
memory.
know that.
Yep. But now
Those Shellfish,
they're really tripling down.
man, I feel like Shellfish could use that hint. Like,
Shellfish hasn't looked at the hints yet, I don't think.
haven't. I did not see them looking at the hints.
No, I don't know. I mean, they are on the right path.
I mean,
They're
both
just
on the
now.
right
Now it's a
path,
programming
but-
challenge. Now
So-
this is when I'd ask an AI and be like, "Hey, I have this primitive. How can I do this? Tell me." Like this is not
Okay,
Oh,
so
and we're being
just
told
got
that-
word.
off stream. Macaroni just won against.
You know, I'm
it might have
glad.
been Friendly Maltese. I'm not 100%.
I'm glad to see that we got a solve because you know it's always tough when you go to sudden death
too.
with both teams.
Oh, yeah.
That's usually a sign that it was a bit too hard.
It was null that Macaroni just beat.
Oh, really?
Yeah, right at the drop of hint 2. So that would be what 35 minutes in, I think. So
Well,
that's
They, you know,
respectable.
yeah, but all of our competitors are great here, but it is very interesting to me to see some familiar faces coming back year after year, and I feel like those familiar faces are often tough players.
Absolutely, because you're used to it's a high pressure environment that you're working in. You're representing your team and your screen is being watched by the author, and you're up there and you determine essentially if your team continues through the bracket or not. And that's a lot of stress on you.
So peeking over Super Dice Code, they're parallelizing, which
They are. They're doing the RPI-sec parallel method, which is open a terminal until you can't no more.
So I think that they're going to reach the end here and say like something is wrong.
Something's wrong. I'm missing a fact. I have 5.
And how many facts are in there is something that they might be asking themselves. And like, is this a rather short list?
Yeah.
Can
Like,
we
I'm
see-
leaking everything. Why am I not seeing a password?
Yeah. And we see them looking at sort of the Q equals. They're starting with that first letter. Maybe will this work if they just put nothing in there?
If they put A in there, it will work.
No, but
If they put nothing in there,
It-
yeah, nothing would work. Well,
I'm just trying to think. Do they need to just start by
nothing in there would work.
providing the first character and then roll through the possible characters?
If you
instead
put
of
nothing
statically.
well, if you put nothing in there, you'd end up guessing the first character if you're guessing uppercase characters. Like you would just get everything. I'm not 100% why they're starting with a set of known or quote unquote known characters.
I think that they started with those because they thought that they had enumerated all of the first characters previously, right?
Yeah.
Which unfortunately,
Oh, wait, over on Shellfish, we see a brute force run. I saw
and that's running very fast.
that is running very fast. I think this
or
is
at least
because they're not wait until, they're just like streaming the received bytes to terminal. Okay, so they're going to step through probably and watch each guess. They're going to input, wait for enter being pressed, and then see. Oh, but it looks like they might be missing to clear something, yeah.
Man, whenever I see Python, wait, is that del underscore?
Their
is that
del
a function?
underscore is a helper to remove the fact from memory. So because what you need to do is,
I
you
see.
don't need to do that, but if their approach is like kind of bouncing around that upper limit, and you keep approaching it, then you need to back off, then approach it, then back off.
That seems
Which is
involved.
slower. It is, but it's a totally valid method. If you would just want to fill an empty memory a bunch, it will work. It'll just be slower.
okay. Over on Dice Code, I think we're seeing them try to just paste in these facts.
Oh, so they think they leaked all the facts, and they're just going to keep guessing which one is the password. And
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
it's not going to work. Yeah. So they're going to go through all these. They're going to see it's not working, and they're going to say what's going on.
Well, I guess on the bright side, hopefully when they get to the end of this list, they will go back and question their approach and perhaps make a breakthrough.
I hope so. I think if they start with literally an empty string in that list instead of the beginning character,
They'll see.
it will start with A, and you will get Ancient Sages know the password is.
And if they do that, they should get pretty quick feedback that it doesn't need to start with.
Absolutely.
Oh goodness.
Oh, they're going through and making sure that they leaked everything for letters.
Wait.
Oh,
I'm
see. Yeah. Well, you could, possibly. Oh, I thought he was going to do it. All right. Looking at Shellfish, we see that they're having an issue with their brute force script right now. I think it's nested 1 too deep is what they're running into, because they're having issues where it's running through a lot for each time that they're hitting input. And I don't actually know off the top of my head what time sudden death goes to.
We've got to be getting close.
We might be getting close. If production could tell us.
So we're gonna check with production to see when the sudden death might be coming up if we're almost there.
Okay, so sudden death is about 10 minutes away.
It's not, I think that they're within striking distance.
They're
sure.
absolutely. This is very possible. And Super Dice Code, like we said, if they start with an empty array or empty string in an array, they get it.
Yeah.
Shellfish, if they figure out why their brute forcer isn't returning what they expect, it's running quickly.
Yeah.
Like, they can also completely get it.
So it looks like over on Dice Code, Super Dice Code, they've got an interesting sort of approach of questioning assumptions by just starting a script over from scratch. Like this is one way where you sort of, as you bring code back in, you question each piece of it. And I think that this is a very valid approach to give yourself a second chance to identify an assumption you may have made. Because as you paste that code over, you think, is this the right thing? I've done this myself.
Oh, yeah. But you do see that they're so convinced.
It's tough because this looks like they've got the right thing.
It does. It's leaking information.
It is,
but
very
it's not,
clearly
it's missing
working.
a lot. Because they recovered, what is this, maybe a dozen?
Yeah, so they were going to enumerate E and C, and they'll probably submit each of those, and then when none of those work, hopefully they will take a closer look at their assumptions. Now, I see Shellfish, going back to IDA, and I don't know, sometimes when I feel like I see players going back to IDA, it's like I just feel bad, man. You know, and so I'm gonna reverse something, and maybe something will pop out. Like maybe I'm missing something. You know?
Yeah. Is there a secret password? Like if it equals the password, it behaves differently here. Like no.
Because when you're in the text editor, you're making movement, and then if you're stuck going to IDA or whatever, it at least gives you the feeling like there might be more information here that I could uncover that will help me.
Definitely. Because when you have what you think is the correct solution, you go to a text editor to implement it, and you get deep in the weeds. You get caught up on a bug here and there, and, oh, I forgot to do this here. Let me improve that. You kind of lose the thread sometimes, and it's really easy to get bogged down with, oh, well, let me just rewrite it from scratch, and then you're like, what was I doing? Like, what is the actual implementation here?
Yeah. Yeah, and sometimes, I got to say, if you have to just have to finish your script. I don't know about you, but sometimes my best move is to like get up and go for a walk.
Taking a step away is absolutely a valid solution in a lot of CTFs, and LiveCTF is unfortunately just one where you can't do that. Like you don't have the luxury of, let me take a step away, let me go grab lunch. Let me like talk it over with a teammate, and maybe they'll say something that didn't pop out of me, or and explaining it. Like explaining it to someone is a great way to make sure you understand it fully, because then you realize the gaps in your knowledge when you're explaining something. You kind of jump topics and you're like, wait, how did we get here? And if you can't answer it, then maybe it's time to go back and look a little closer.
Right. And so we see Shellfish is hosting their challenge locally and trying to exercise it. I feel like they're sort of feeling like they don't know what to do next, and they're just trying different stuff.
They understand the brute force approach, but the actual implementation of the brute force seems to be giving them some trouble.
I think that's both players right now.
Yeah.
And if we look at Super Dice Code.
Well, Super Dice Code's brute force approach is great, but they're starting with a limited set that doesn't contain what they need.
Well, and I don't think we had the screen over on them, but what we see is submit.py is just a script that they wrote to go through and submit all of the facts in facts.txt, which is a faster way to confirm that what they did manually is indeed not working. They're waiting for
Cats see spirits, humans cannot perceive. It's
So
true.
they're waiting for the rest of the enumerations to come in and then just submit them all. I think that they're done though, right? With enumerating those
4
things.
minutes to sudden death, we're being told.
Gosh,
Which
this is
it's
gonna be
still
close.
very doable for Super Dice Code
They're
if they
right
just
there.
remove that starting character
The
or
cursor
replace
is
it with
right
an A.
on it.
It is just hit backspace. Backspace enter. Well,
Oh,
backspace F5.
this is always so
Oh,
tough.
it hurts.
So tough to watch when you know,
Yeah.
and you just want to.
Meanwhile, once again, Shellfish's brute force script is running so quickly, but there's a bug in it. I can't tell where it is off the top of my head. I don't see all of it. Okay, so it looks like now they're filling memory. And it'll start telling them, I can't remember all this stuff soon. Eventually.
I mean, you
I
said it
will
was
say-
going really fast, but at this point, this seems like an.
Well, it is running quickly because once you start leaking, the maximum number of guesses you have to make is 64 times 95. 64 characters, 95 possibilities.
Sure, but it looked like they were.
List of facts.
Oh no.
Oh, no. Well, now they're just taking a little break. Like you said, take a step away. Read some interesting facts you want to share with everyone.
Jeez.
All right.
And yeah,
Super Dice Code is kind of rewriting into a queue where they have.
just going down the same road in a different way.
Oh, they are. And I don't know why they think these are all the possible starting characters. I don't know why they're starting with these. Maybe it's to speed up the brute force down the road. They're like, let's get all the capitals out of the way, and they missed something in the beginning. But it was a buggy leak to get those.
Yeah, I think that their initial leak right there, that was the issue, and they have not come back to say, wait, why exactly did I only pick those letters?
Yeah. And we see over on Shellfish, they're starting to fill out a facts.txt, going to run it locally, and start to understand that they can't leak what they have locally.
Yeah.
But that would decrease the iteration time by so much. I feel like that's a great first step, is just to get it repro locally, get local flag, then do remote flag.
Yeah. Yep. And gosh, it's just so hard to see them. So they've got one of their facts, his password is F word over and over again, which that's a smart thing. So it looks like they're serving it locally and they're trying to brute force it locally.
Yeah,
Man,
they are.
Gosh.
But I mean, the sudden death is coming down in less than 2 minutes, I want to say.
Oh,
So this
so
is going to be,
stressed.
it's going to be so close. Yeah.
Come on, Super Dice Code.
They're just trying to submit it against live instance manually.
Well, wait, weren't they already brute forcing against the live instance?
That they were. So I think it's a little bit of they're lost. They know we're coming up on sudden death. They're trying to get a Hail Mary in,
Yeah.
and it's just not. They're missing it.
That's so tough. They have been right there for, I don't know, 15 minutes, 20 minutes?
Yeah. Oh, a long time. And I really feel like I'm going to need to answer some questions after this cast.
Gosh, that's tough. I'm looking at both screens now, and I'm not super.
No, I don't think it's reachable for either team now.
Yeah.
I think this is definitely going to sudden death because
Well, hopefully we got a nice
30
easy
seconds,
sudden
I'm
death
told.
queued up.
sudden death I also wrote. However, I also wrote this. Oh, it's a different sudden death. Oh, this is reversing. So
as
okay, I don't know the sudden death,
we-
so we're going to be looking at it with them.
I mean, we do make an effort to make the sudden death match in the categories.
Yes.
So that you're sending a reverser player, you get a reversing challenge.
Exactly. You're sending a risk 5 pwner, you get a risk 5 sudden death that we definitely didn't need to come up with last minute.
We didn't need to go to sudden death for that one, did we?
No, thank God.
Okay, and it looks like
All right.
we will be notifying players here. Just a moment.
Yeah, so we are going to sudden death right now. What
That's
that
tough.
means for people who haven't seen this before is it is an easier challenge in the same category. So this one was reversing, so it'll be reversing sudden death. We're going to tell the players to take hands off keyboards. We're going to set it up on our side, and then we will go live. And it's a much easier challenge. We expect it to take ideally less than 5 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
It might go a little bit over. If sudden death goes over, we've never been there.
Well, let's hope this won't be the one. So yeah, we see we're doing a quick brief of the rules for our competitors here, and then we'll just
and
sort of
getting
repeat
sudden
the
death
process.
up on the infra, and then we'll go live with sudden death. It's a fresh challenge, completely unrelated.
And hopefully dashes and not underscores.
We've had 2 infrastructure problems caused by using an underscore
This
instead
year,
of a dash.
or was that last?
This year. The last 2
I
challenges.
remember. I remember a few years ago.
Oh,
that was
it also
a
happened.
beast
Absolutely.
Of a bug.
Oh, we've learned a lot through running LiveCTF, and I think it's.
Oh, you know, I always feel that we're just watching our competitors' screens here. When you see all that work in the reversing and then the don't save when they close out,
You
it
can
just
feel
feels
the like malice in the click.
it just feels like all that knowledge gained about this challenge just gone forever.
And you know when you get to the sudden death that they're going to be thinking, still about the challenge. It's hard to let go of that. When you've been staring at it for 50 minutes, you're almost there, you're leaking facts, and you don't quite know what's going wrong.
Well, I think that at least in this environment, they've got the bonus that they're going back to the DEF CON CTF, and I think we're ready.
All right, I think we're good for sudden death. So without further ado,
here we go.
In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Let's go.
Let's see. All right, so this is called assorted numbers.
And it says hints. Do we have hints for the sudden deaths?
If the sudden death requires a hint, it's not a sudden death.
Right? They should be solvable in under 1,200 seconds.
Absolutely. Oh, macOS cannot verify the integrity.
Oh.
Okay, so we see over here, built-in memcopy, sudden death, assorted numbers. You got them all. Do you just need to?
Varsi is.
You just
is
input the numbers.
Greater than 3F. So.
Which one is %F? Oh, you literally just extract the number array. It asks you what lives at an index, and you need to give it that. I think. In fact, you don't even need to reverse this because it tells you when you get it wrong. So you could run it a bunch, build up the list, and then just feed it in.
Okay, yeah, and it gives you the numbers. If you get it wrong, it looks like you could also just enumerate it. So this is really just, can you? Wait, that looks like a potable though, right?
What's that?
I mean, I guess you could call this a reversing.
So over on Shellfish, we see that there are 64 numbers, and it does just look like what lives at an array. Oh, this.
Well, I gotta say their decompilation helped them out there because it looked like they had a pretty nice copy and paste going on, whereas.
Yeah, Benja turned it into a built-in mem copy.
Interesting. That's a choice.
That's a choice. Call that built-in outlining. So over on Shellfish, we see them already opening the connection. They have reversed for enumerating.
Yeah, I feel like at this point, just executing the binary to validate your assumptions in terms of how it operates. I'm not sure.
I think it might be a little.
It looks like Super Dice Code is in the debugger here. It looks like they're looking in memory to see where this stuff is.
Here we go. They see the list.
Yep.
So they see it copying 32-bit ends, and now, okay, they're dumping it to a file. Okay, and then they're going to read it. But over on Shellfish, we see them already writing a submitter. Now, here's the thing. Does it ask at a random index, or does it just ask in order? Because this might just work. This might just be it.
It's a good question. I couldn't tell if it was just rolling down the line or. Oh, yep.
Oh, value must be
very,
string or bytes.
Very standard bytes string
Yep,
confusion.
you got them all. I think this is it. So LS and run
shell
submitter.
And it's game.
Yep, and that's it. Shellfish wins on sudden death.
Congratulations, Shellfish. That was gosh, and what a turnaround, really, because I felt like they were struggling in the main match.
In the challenge, they were falling behind on it for sure. They had a bug that they didn't see. I didn't see it either. And it seemed like Super Dice Code was ahead in that regard, but in sudden death, they really just ran out of the gate and took it.
Yeah, and what a heartbreaker for Super Dice Code, because they were leading that. They were right there for so long.
Absolutely, yeah.
To lose in sudden death like that's tough. So
I think we have one more match after this.
Right, and was that a top bracket match? I can't remember.
This is. Oh no, this was lower bracket.
So Super Dice Code.
Super Dice Code is out.
That's tough.
Wow.
But great work, competitors. This is a challenging environment. Everybody who's here is outstanding. So hats off to them.
And I'll tell you what, Shellfish immediately going into another match against Mhackaroni, which just came from this one too. So
Yeah. So we
no
need to get off
rest.
the stream here, so we've got a chance to reset
Absolutely.
and swap some
All right,
people
so we
out.
will see y'all soon, and it's
Till
been
next
fun.
time, CTF fans.
Hello, live CTF fans. Welcome back for our final event of the day. I'm Jordan.
Hi, I'm Carl.
And we've got our final match. We've got 4 teams ready to go. Let's go ahead and count them in, and then we'll kind of get caught up and give you an introduction on what's going on. So
we're gonna get the attention of Kyle. And
once we
we're ready. So we do.
once we get the confirmation, everybody
Okay.
good?
Yeah.
5,
4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Here we are. We're gonna kick them off and watch them download a file.
Nice.
So right off the bat, we've got some macaroni on the left.
Yep.
For us anyway.
Yep. With Ida opening up the challenge, and they see a bunch of like file names.
Debug symbols, it looks like. That looks like
Yeah.
debug symbol with line numbers.
Yeah.
Or is it? I'm
Yeah.
not sure now.
It's not quite deep like symbols, but it's like
like-
exception.
Yeah.
Exception data basically.
Oh, and look, correct. Congrats. So good. They're so close.
Yeah.
They're already there.
Right. And if we go over to Shellfish then,
Yeah.
we also have Ida. Just looking at.
I do like the light in the dark. It's nice of them
Oh
to
yeah,
see different
we have
themes for us.
clear difference here. There's already starting to name a couple of variables. There was like a flag size, and yeah, they see this like kind of big repetitive
Ooh,
block.
strings. Look at that. Who was it earlier was complaining we didn't see enough people just calling strings in the
Uh-huh.
binary. So macaroni did.
I
did
actually
double-check
saw
that.
a relevant. You see?
The op under that is like VM opcode
Yeah,
right
yep,
there.
yep.
So I see that. That's
Actually,
a good call.
and you see, there was another relevant word there. I think I saw, or maybe not.
So they're looking for symbols now. Yeah.
So basically, this is a reverse engineering challenge.
Yep.
It's called Try Harder, and
We just had try
we had try again.
try again.
And now it's Try
which
Harder.
is TRIE.
Yes.
But this is try harder TRY.
Yes,
Just
exactly.
to be clear.
And the name comes. So basically, I found this library that. So the C programming language doesn't have exceptions as a feature of the
Notably,
language.
it's a C++ feature. Yeah,
Yes.
one of their changes.
So I found someone who had created like a library that kind of implements exception handling for C using like macros and long jumps. This is
yes, long jumps, the thing that notoriously decompile well.
Oh
and
yeah.
look great.
And very easy to wrap your head around.
Yeah.
Just generally. So basically, this challenge implements a small little stack-based VM where the kind of interpreter loop, the control flow of the interpreter loop is implemented by throwing and catching exceptions using this library.
Okay. That sounds painful, and we're already seeing the dynamic approach kind of being where they're both going, which makes perfect sense. So
Yep.
we can see Macaroni's already got their pwn bag up and going, and they're sending flag in while they check. Oh, so instruction counting. Perf
Instruction
stats looks
counting.
like
Yep,
they're going to
yep,
go that
yep.
approach.
Which is actually a valid solution for
Okay.
this challenge. There is a tiny quirk in that because this is like stack based and it like pushes the flag to the stack is effectively checked backwards.
Oh, interesting.
So you have to account for that, but other than that, instruction counting should be a valid solution.
And then alternatively, over on our Shellfish team, so Audrey, one of the Anger developers, is running Anger with the sim manager. So going to be generating up more of a symbolic execution static analysis.
I mean,
Maybe.
okay, I'm a very much of a, like, I know the basics of Anger,
Yeah.
but I don't feel like this is something that Anger would do particularly well.
Anyone
at.
can do it, however. I also would have predicted she wouldn't have been able to solve the Windows instruction, and she did with that as well. So we didn't see that one on
True,
stream.
but
That
they're
was only the other ones before.
different problems, right? With
They
with the Windows challenge, it was like, the code itself, like the core of the code. I'm not surprised that Anger handles it. There, it was more of like, because the binary was so nasty.
Yeah.
And here's like a custom VM.
Real quick, by the way, I just seen we're setting up that flag, so we've got a 1F length for the. Oh, now they got rid of it. At one point, they were saying yes, the flag was 1F in length.
Yes.
Now there's,
Which
yeah, there
I
we go.
believe is correct.
Sounds about right.
Yeah.
Right. Maybe 31 or so characters.
Yep.
And we're gonna be populating it. So they're gonna try their brute with that perf call. I mean, if this works,
Yeah.
that would be very fast.
I want to go over to Shellfish because they are kind of it seems like they are re-implementing or like hooking or whatever the long jump or the set jump feature. So they're kind of like extending anger now with
Amazing.
and trying to set up to kind of I guess what they're trying to do is tell anger about how the control flow works essentially.
Interesting. So I get that would make sense. Like
Yes.
if the only thing that's preventing anger from correctly symbolically executing this thing and analyzing and being able to put it through a solver and get the answer out is that maybe.
I mean, it's definitely, let's say, I would call it like the more sophisticated approach to it.
It's very fancy. It's
and
also more reusable.
If the virtual machine and if the program inside of the virtual machine would have been more complicated.
Back over here, we're seeing that does not look like a correct flag.
No, that does not look correct.
And over here, Audrey wants us to make sure we're looking at.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, she's got her large mouse to watch. Yeah. Oh, the internet. I think that was a complaint about the internet slow load speed.
Oh, okay, yeah.
All right, so back on.
Yes.
Back on
this
macaronis.
Is certainly something, but it's not
something
the flag.
is being, again, I just think that that's not a valid. If that measurement is not valid, then it's going to generate noise, essentially, right? And so they're not going to be getting
so they're using
results.
perf is like sample based, right?
Yes.
So perf works if you have, let's say, a lot of signal in the if
you can also just sample a bunch of times, right? You can also remove the noise but that slows you down. It makes you run multiple tests per
exactly
thing that you want to try to brew.
So just to explain a little bit more to the viewers here what we're talking about with instruction counting, the idea is that this program, it's checking the flag like character by character, and it will bail out early if it's incorrect.
Yeah.
So by counting the number of instruction, the total number of instruction executed by the program, you don't care about what they are. You just count how many instructions were executed. If the first character is incorrect, the program will exit earlier, and if the first character is correct, it will run for a little bit longer, so you will get a higher instruction count. And then you can do kind of like character by character brute forcing, and you get that like movie style where the password is calculated.
That's my favorite stuff.
Yeah.
I do want to point out too, just in our off bracket, or off stream broadcast that's going on, if you look on our YouTube, click the channel and click live, you'll see station 3 and 4. Just for your knowledge, station 3 is Blue Water, who had that stunningly fast solve 2 rounds ago.
Yep.
And Friendly Maltese citizens are on station 4. You never know, but I'm going to predict we're not going to see that same super fast solve. This one doesn't feel like a thing that I think any kind of automation AI is going to be able to do. Could be helpful, but I don't think you're going to one-shot it the way that we saw in that one challenge.
I fully agree with that.
And we got some more noise here over, what's being leaked now is just different noise, but still noise.
Yeah.
So this could be like a tortoise and the hare kind of thing. I could easily see the anger solution being like no progress right up until it just sort of runs and solves it.
Yep.
I don't know how long that will
100%.
take. Or we could maybe see Macaroni eventually fix or figure out or get enough signal that maybe their leak begins to work.
I think Blue Water actually finished the game.
Okay, I'm wrong.
Reps, so Blue Water are done, but they don't
know it again.
So they have their automatic solution, which
their
solved
AI
it in the
is
background.
Pretty good.
I don't know. Are we gonna tell them?
We do need to go and tell them and let them know. By the way,
you won.
Please implement a pop-up for yourself when your bot solves your challenge.
Yeah.
Because. All right, so I'm wrong.
Okay,
Straight up.
What just happened in the match that we are not streaming, the match that's off screen, or which you can also see on separate streams.
If you have 2 tabs up, there's no audio on the other ones. You can watch them both.
Right. In that match, Blue Water solved the challenge, and won.
Yes,
the
please
match.
Please go tell them and let them know. We don't want to make them suffer. They should get back to the race to the CTF. Both players.
Yes, but we are still here with the match between Macaroni and Shellfish. Currently looking at Macaroni's. Like perf-based instruction counting brute forcing attempts,
which is not looking great.
No, because
I'm not
there's too much noise in because perf will not actually count every single instruction. It will do. Actually, don't know exactly how this is implemented. Is it using like these CPU?
Yeah, instructions retired or some kind of I don't know exactly.
It's basically like a statistical measure. Yeah. It's more for because it's very low overhead. It's the reason basically.
There we go. We've got a little. Let's watch the Chappy Cheese. See if that's going to help out over here.
Yes.
Oh wait, is this a starting over though? Okay, so I'm wondering what we're going to be doing.
So the question
that doesn't look good. That doesn't feel great.
Yes. So I think this is an obfuscated CTF style challenge.
I mean, it's right.
Talking about
That part's right.
opaque, nah. Map the opcodes, yes.
Yeah.
Trace the VM execution, yes. Okay, so
So
that is
actually that approach is pretty good. And again, we suspect that's what Blue Water was. Some variant of that may be what they're doing.
Yeah.
And so maybe their bot was able to take that approach, build up a set of instructions, and follow it and do that. So that may be essentially how it kind of worked. We are seeing, we saw just a second ago, yep, there it is, another kind of run here, trying to run the performance-based testing. Yeah, I'm not.
Yeah. It's a bit unfortunate because they kind of have vaguely the right idea, but they're doing it in a way that won't really work, which is gonna. Oh, there is someone screaming.
Very strange noises going on.
Yes.
Apologies if you can hear that on the stream.
It's it's kind of a thing, at DEF CON. You will hear and see stuff that's not your everyday.
It is DEF CON.
Encounters.
Okay, so and now over in Shellfish we are diving into the Anger source code. When all you have is a hammer.
Yep.
Everything looks like a nail.
Yes.
And when you were one of the Anger developers.
Yep.
Then your first response is to do that. So yeah. Honestly, I'm not. Yeah, if I had to pick now, I really don't know. Okay, and then so now Macaroni is going to go get the same ChatGPT level advice, which is copy the source code. I wonder, this would be hilarious if they actually put it into ChatGPT, the same source code with a similar prompt. How close is the answer going to be? Are they going to get the same?
Yep.
There's enough noise in there. You'll see who. Yeah.
Yes.
What happens? I think they copied and pasted already the text into it.
This is inside one of the kind of exception handling functions. So I think the problem here is that they you need to look at more. You don't need to figure out exactly how this exception handling thing works. You need to look at the broad strokes about what's going on here, and kind of just make assumptions. Just assume that this is a somewhat reasonable VM with a somewhat reasonable structure and opcodes and so on, and make your assumptions based on that. If you're going to go and look at every single little detail about this, you're going to get bogged down.
That makes sense. And I would say that's actually one of the most important skills in reverse engineering is knowing when you need to really just sit and simmer and dwell on something and when you just need to kind of gloss over and move on.
Right. And this will be very context dependent, right? If you're reverse engineering, I don't know, maybe some commercial piece of software, something like this, right? You can kind of maybe assume that it's fair, but if you're reverse engineering, I don't know, malware, for example, you're kind of assuming that there is some trickery going on, and you question things, so you might move slower. So you kind of need to find that balance, depending on context and so on.
Makes sense. So just an update real quick here to talk about the state of things. We are going to be giving our first hint out here in 7 minutes. And then 15 minutes after that, we'll be doing hint 2. And I'm just right now, I'm feeling like we're going to get to hints. We're going to hint at least to the first hint, maybe the second hint. We will see the last one that was solved so quickly by the Blue Water AI. I wonder if it has a name.
Yeah.
It did take all the way up until 30 seconds before we went to sudden death before the other team was able to solve it. So just because the AI got it quickly.
Here's some analysis from ChatGPT. It checks a VM stack.
This is Gemini, by the way.
It's actually sorry, Gemini. I mean, as an ex-Googler.
Everything is.
But it says there, pushes each character input onto the VM stack, correct. Enters a loop, reads the bytecode, memory location, interprets it by one instruction at a time after, and it checks if the top value of the stack is 1. This is all completely correct. Here it's listing the opcodes, and they look basically mostly correct.
Mostly correct.
Mostly correct. I think
turns out mostly correct is only useful in horseshoes, hand grenades, and nuclear warfare. Isn't that so whether that's enough to solve the challenge or not, we'll see how that goes.
No, but it was it's quite impressive.
I mean, clearly there is a path forward using.
Oh, and they're asking Gemini to write the disassembler.
Yeah.
And I like that it's in Italian. It's
okay.
Looking,
they're pulling up the opcodes.
If this creates a somewhat working disassembler, I'm going to be very impressed.
It's a huge time save too.
Yes,
if it does.
and I'm also very impressed.
And again, it can't be mostly correct, if you're able to debug it and fix it faster than you would have been able to write it from the scratch. And also, you're just as likely to make, when you're in a hurry, when you're trying to crank something out, you might make a mistake anyways on one of those opcodes.
Oh, so here is a here's a disassembler.
I mean,
and it says dupe over pop swap. Yes,
over. What
yes.
is over?
Over
above,
is
like greater than equal kind of thing.
No. It's wait. That is it's a I've used a different name. It's a common stack operation, but I used a different name for it. So I'm not entirely sure, because you have these, like when you have your stack-based VM, you have the dupe, which is like duplicate the top element of the stack. You have things like swap, like maybe that is over. But there was a separate swap.
There was a separate swap. I saw. That's why I wondered if that was.
And then there's a dupe too.
By the way, Anger is now doing something.
We don't
want to sleep too much over on the Anger solution.
Yeah.
Because again, Anger could be one where we have no idea what's going on right up until it's done. Like that's very much that one could come out and just solve it.
Yes.
And the other one looks like we're looking in Pwnbag and in the debugger. So that's currently where each of them are at.
Yeah. And there you had the name actually of the library as well. It's a like exception for C, which is the library.
If you want to go do a quick readme of it, you could.
Yeah. I don't think it will tell them anything they don't really already know at this point. So
Macaroni, by the way, is pulling out the bytes. These are the opcodes, presumably in that virtual machine that they've extracted. They pulled it right from the debugger, and now they're just formatting it into an array.
Completely correct. I'm really interested in seeing
how the disassembler from ChatGPT works.
Gemini.
I'm sorry. excuse me, Gemini.
Yeah.
And we do have a little bit of insider information. We asked for verification from Blue Water on their bot, so we know some about it, but we're not. We don't make them show it to the stream, and so we're not requiring that they. We'll have to change the rules for next year, maybe, if we do. But, totally fine. And so, like, maybe we know at some point some AI was able to solve this.
Yep.
Clearly, there is a way forward. So whether they use the same model, similar problem, whatever their system is or not, it could be that it was something similar, and we're going to see that Macaroni's approach might just work out. They might just get good disassembly, be able to turn that into an understanding of what validation happens on the flag.
Yeah, and I think it's really cool. Like we talked about this before in the stream, but like previous year we have seen a little bit of AI assistance. This year we've seen a lot of AI assistance, but I also think this is the first time we see like an actual end-to-end solve by an AI. So
yes, absolutely. We have 2 now complete end-to-end AI solves. Okay, there we go. I would say your disassembler is either incorrect or your opcodes are.
It is no, because one of the opcodes is wrong, and therefore, So
wait. What is that?
Yeah.
Was that a flag?
No.
Oh, okay. We're just manually putting in.
Yes.
Sorry, I just saw a LiveCTF brace.
Okay, so on the Shellfish side, they were just like, I don't know, they're trying to.
What's that?
So we're trying to.
No, Shellfish is on again. This is a back-to-back time. The closer we get to the finals, the more likely you are just to stay up there.
Yep. So they were kind of trying to, I guess, massage Anger into like not having to do stuff that is obvious.
Macaroni? Oh, I apologize for the overlay. Our team names are wrong on the overlay, so that we do need to fix. I do believe. Yeah, you can do that live. Switch to studio mode, and we'll just hold off switching for a little bit. So we'll
just keep looking at the Anger solution here from
I'll
Shellfish.
keep an eye on Macaroni. If you see anything different, I'll let you know.
And I'm as I said, like Anger, very much a beginner with Anger, so I've been trying to kind of keep track of. So now they're setting up like a GDB script to help them with the debugging. We can see again what they were actually doing in that GDB script if they bring it up again. Oh, and for those who are not familiar, Anger is a like instrumentation framework for
it's a lot of things. It's also a decompiler. It's also it has a whole bunch of capabilities.
But it's like
as used here, yes.
I think like the kind of core like symbolic execution is kind of the like one of the main components to it, but it has like a lot of different features and ways you can run it and so on. So it's a way to like execute code and instrument code and do analysis via like a Python API.
Yeah, I'm just a quick update on Macaroni. I think they got. Oh, actually, we can switch back over. I think they got AI'd because these bytes they're pulling out do not look at all like the opcode values that we were seeing there.
Oh,
So
right.
something is wrong.
So
Either
there is a little trick is that every opcode is XORed with a constant.
Yeah. Okay.
So
That
they
was-
in their list there was like opcode like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and so on,
Right.
which is correct, except it's like XORed with 55 or
That was
whatever.
going to be
it
my
is.
guess. I saw 55 in the
Yes.
list of the values. So I'm wondering if that
something
was,
like this.
Yeah.
So you need to make sure that you do that XOR to get like the decoded opcodes.
Well, that was just mean. That's just a.
I was,
Clearly-
I was having, I just, had a
Blue-
feeling.
Blue Water had no problem with it.
No,
So it
yeah.
is. It's also a good kind of thing. Sometimes it's nice when you have a challenge you think might be too straightforward.
Yeah.
Do a little bit extra. You can always have a hint that throws it in later that
Uh-huh.
makes sure that that's something that they're aware of. And
Yeah.
speaking of which, we are exactly now at the time where I believe the hint should be live. So if either player checks back to that web server that they got the challenge on, they'll be able to check out the first hint. Do you remember offhand what the first hint actually
I
is?
think the first hint is like, the flag
there we
is
go.
checked from back to front. was
Okay.
the-
Yes, you did mention that earlier. That
Yep.
seems like an important concept. And so, in fact, it's relevant here as we, when we saw that using a debugger and putting the flag values in that you thought you were putting in. If you were looking for live,
Yep.
you're not going to see an L being compared because it's coming from the back. So that
Yeah.
might be it. And more root force. It
Yeah,
looks
but
like
it's
noise.
still, it was too
Yeah.
noisy. Like the perf-based one, if that is what they're using, it's not gonna cut it. At least not in this shape. So it's, yeah.
Yeah,
Unfortunately not.
I'm not seeing either one give me confidence right now at this point.
Nope.
We've got a brute force that's failing. We had a disassembler that was not implemented correctly by the AI. And I will say there's one area where if you can implement your AI with feedback, where it's able to get the results of its own output and fix and iterate, it can be far more effective, right?
Yeah.
And so that might be the, maybe that approach would have been valid and would have worked. It just, you didn't give it enough round trips of it.
Yep.
It's hard to say though. Other than the fact that we believe Blue Water's got their approach, which seems to
Yes.
to
I wonder
okay.
if Shellfish here is actually setting up an instruction counting situation, or like a VM instruction counting operation.
absolutely with the
So-
right breakpoint. Yeah,
So if you do a GDB script where you break on
all the interpreter loop basically,
on the interpreter loop,
instructions. Yeah,
and then you, I think they had like a break and maybe a print or something.
and you add your own counter.
Yes.
increment it. Yeah,
So that is, I think
That's
that's
a
what they're
great
doing.
solution.
Yes.
Yeah, that's a
So
great
now I
idea.
understand. I believe I understand what they're doing.
that could
so
be.
And this is kind of like it's like instruction counting, but not on
At a
the
higher
native level. It's
right.
on the VM level. So basically, how many iterations of the the decoder loop.
That feels very doable. That looks
Absolutely,
like
yes.
we might have.
I like this.
Yeah,
I like this.
That's a good approach. Kind of makes. Yeah. Now I really want to know. I want to know what Blue Water's done as well.
Yeah.
For their solution.
So I would like to just see this. So they do check with flag. Yeah, this looks very much like an instruction counting thing going on. And you see here the printout here is like the breakpoint.
all
so
being
this,
set.
Yes. So they, I guess they just need to count. Yes, you see, they count
Yep.
breakpoint 1. So this like how many times did we hit the breakpoint?
That's clean. I like
And you
that.
see 41
Oh,
times.
Very good.
Oh, it's very good. So this now they have kind of set up the instrumentation.
Yes, and there you go.
So
Yep.
now
we
you
have
need
an
to do the
iterator
brute
over the
forcing.
string.
Yep.
S. Yep.
Um,
Okay. This I don't think we might get to hint 2, but I don't think we're gonna need it.
Yeah,
That looks like a great approach. I like it. And
right.
this, I will say, it would be ironic if we see Shellfish play themselves into the final event. Their team right now is in the very lower end of the scoreboard in the main event, and MMM is currently in the lead. However, in their performance in live CTF might be just about inverted. So we
Yeah.
might actually say, that looks like it.
Yeah. You saw that like one of the characters suddenly, one of the attempts suddenly
Hit a
executed
bunch more
way more
instructions
instructions.
because they checked the next character.
Yep.
Presumably.
Yeah. So this is the
all the pieces they need.
Yes.
Yeah.
So now it's just about can
Plumbing
you write?
it up, automating it, having it assemble the script, and then how long will it take to dump 31 characters?
Yes. But they have another half an hour almost, or like
let's
20.
see. We started at 10 after.
Yes.
We're 24 minutes in, so yes, they have another
20,
26 minutes.
Okay. So
plenty of time.
This is very solvable.
This one essentially is in the bag. Now it's just a question of if somehow Macaroni. I will say, if Macaroni actually got, if they actually got a disassembler for the VM, I don't think they're going to manually reverse it. But then tossing that into an AI, that might be a faster solution.
Yeah,
You
so
might actually be able to get an approach there.
The thing is, if you manage to disassemble this somewhat correctly,
yeah.
the code, the program that's inside the VM is very, very basic. It basically loops over the flag and does like a simple. I mean, I've used this pattern in several challenges now. It's like a simple mathematical operation comparing to a constant. Like you take one character, you multiply with something, you compare it against something else.
Yeah.
Or you do addition or, whatever, XOR. So, yeah.
Yeah, not a great sign. We just saw Macaroni checking, is there another hint already? They're already looking for a second hint.
Yep.
They're back into the AI. I'm excited, although...
So they're asking Gemini what is the structure of the instructions. And they are actually, so this is a variable length opcode type of VM.
Okay.
So, more like x86.
Depending on the opcode, will determine how many bytes are consumed afterwards.
Exactly. First, you get the opcode, which is the first byte, and then if it needs operands, it will then fetch operands of various sizes.
Makes sense. All right, I want to go back in now. I'm a little curious because I think we're seeing thinking.
Yes.
Or we've lost.
No. Okay. They're you are allowed to think, and you don't have to keep typing constantly.
It's not always that check, measure twice, cut once, right?
Yes.
So if they're
and now they are running.
Let's see. And I'm curious too. We can calculate the time per character. This is not particularly fast, however, so it will take them quite a while. And then we're just going to have a race to see can Macaroni catch up with a different approach.
Okay, so they had like a Python error there.
Oh, yeah, right. They got you something.
There was a type error.
I think they should just ask an AI to write the script for them, right? Like literally.
I mean, maybe, but like it's very short and like I feel like it might take longer time to debug it.
The round trip time there, waiting for their own thing to fail. If an AI got that little simple loop faster, I would have been quicker. I think that a lot of this though really is the game theory and the trade-offs.
Yeah.
And, it's hard to predict for sure.
Yeah. I'm still a bit on like the skeptic side on the. I've seen some impressive stuff, right? But I don't want to go reach for it in every situation.
Oh, there we go.
Yes. So they're just checking. They're checking their logic for the brute forcing here.
Yeah, I like using the REPL, the debugging REPL.
Oh, I think I see the issue. They are using the max as the index, but they need to take the argmax. Like they want to get. I think they're taking the maximum count and then using that to index into their dictionary. But what they want to do is get the index of the thing that has the maximum count and get that value. I think they're just mixing up the logic a bit there in how they are keeping track of their. That might be what's going on. It's a little bit dense to decode this. But this is right now. This is. I mean, I'm almost certain this is basically just a programming exercise.
Well, so the interesting thing is going to be, though, is this going to work the way that they're doing it, or should they be? So the flag being checked from right to left, essentially.
Right. That's also the problem, right?
They need to be appending to the beginning.
They're doing it exactly. So
so that hint actually really is they need to see that.
Right.
Or
so
else
they say flag so far plus CH.
It should be CH plus flag so far.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Or you can
fill out the whole
thing. You
can
do everything backwards and then flip it
Yes.
before you run it.
Yeah.
But the point is that it's kind of backwards. Yes, I actually made this mistake when I was doing my reference solution. So what happens when you do this is you get the first character, or rather you get the last character of the flag correctly, and then you get nothing else.
Yeah, because you're trying to add to the end of that, and you'll never be correct. Yeah.
Yes. But maybe, did they actually read the hint, though? Or was it just Macaroni?
I think you're right. It may only be Macaroni that's seen the hint. So that's very much if they don't know that, and actually I will say that hint should be helpful in multiprocessing. I mean, sure, but that's not going to solve your logic problem here, unfortunately.
No.
All right, let's go look over Macaroni and double check what they're up to. So I've been noticing they're in the debugger a lot. So they've just been almost living in the debugger. I'm not sure yet. It's been hard to say what their goal is. I don't see them. I think right now all the learning is happening in their head. as they step through this challenge. So it's been hard to figure out what's exactly is going on.
Yep. It's, you know, they are stepping through. They have some breakpoints set up. Are they also trying to set up an instruction count in a similar way, or they're just exploring, maybe trying to figure out what the... You can see that they have named the function there a bit. You saw like push. So they have like decoded a little bit of the interpret, like the helper functions in the interpreter. And it's here. It's a stack-based architecture, single byte opcodes. Yeah, it's not. Well, it depends. It's I guess the opcode is single byte, but the whole operation is not single byte necessarily. So that is a distinction that you need to make.
Well, and you could see that again. We could see like a run of other bytes after what appeared to be the sort of codes in the.
I think it's especially so they like the push instruction uses a 4-byte like immediate operand. So there's going to be a lot of null bytes involved there.
Let's double check. So we were running our harness script again over on Shellfish's side.
Yeah. So you see they are getting something out of there, and they are some confusion going on. So there you get they get 40.
Man, I felt like we were just like
they just lost steam a bit. I think
looking for another hint over. Macaroni just double checked the.
So like what was like 4 minutes left or something like this, basically.
Let me double check the exact time.
Yeah.
Yep. Exactly.
Also here over on Macaroni, as you can see here, the Gemini is saying this, like the try-catch analogy. They're kind of figuring out this exception-based thing, which is, I mean, okay, it's relevant, but it's very detailed about things that are.
It's not going to help them make any next steps on the binary. Solving it.
So it's asked for.
Oh, okay. So again, they're asking how the instructions selected. How do I know which opcode is selected? Where does that happen?
Yep.
And if they get that point, maybe then they're now going to go down that route that we're seeing over there that Shellfish has already gone, where we've got our 40. Yeah, honestly, doing this by hand might have already gotten them far enough along. And especially in particular, by hand, the one advantage you have is if the answer is in like text or a language or words, you can actually short circuit. You can skip several characters at a time.
Yes.
And so really it's not brute forcing 31 characters. Maybe it's only brute forcing 20 or 15 or something like that.
The slight quirk on that is that because it's kind of backwards, I think, we as humans, like, we are much better at, like, if I give you the first half of a word, you can figure out the second half. But if I give you the second half of a word, it's much more difficult.
That's true. I still think you have far less entropy, and it would definitely save you time. Given a word with, like, 4 of its 6 characters, you can definitely figure out the first 2, right? Or
if you're a very fast typer, you can probably get that. But I mean, if you just get your brute forcing set up correctly, it should be automatic,
right? And again, we're still seeing that flag. The ordering flag so far plus CH. Yeah, Shellfish needs that hint. That it's been there for quite a while. They really just need to go look at it. Whereas Macaroni was already looking for the second hint to see if that was going to help them.
Yep.
What was that? That did not look like.
No, I think, if they just flip this. Yeah, right, exactly. So here is the bug. You see, it's like curly braces, and then it's a curly braces again, which is like what happens when you do this. But then it's kind of indicating.
Here,
right,
look, that should give them a hint. That should tell them that they're at the end of the flag. Reverse. There we go.
Okay,
there we go. Okay.
Yes. So now they just need to flip it so that. Okay. I think this tells them. I think they understand what mistake they made, and now they just need to kind of like untangle their
logic and re-implement. Yeah, this is doable.
I believe so as well. This is if we see curly braces and something
else in front of the curly brace, then it's just
going to be very good.
Yes.
So we're going to see here them running. We're going to see a curly brace very soon here when it's running.
Okay,
I believe.
And I like this. Now, if they focused over on the other. Oh no, they got a breakpoint.
They have a breakpoint here.
Is it still in there?
And they're like debugging their Python code. I've almost never in my life used like a Python debugger.
It can be useful. I feel like, in particular here, they've got a lot of time sunk into the progress so far, right? And so if there is if the stack trace that dumps out doesn't give you enough information, being able to inspect it is kind of useful.
Yes. The typo, the So now they're reversing and putting the flag together.
Yeah, but
and
they're
then
still. So will that?
if
Yeah,
so
that's fine.
think
So
if
they
you're
don't have to
doing-
invert the flag so far plus CH if they're reversing at both ends. I believe that.
I
logic is
also,
fine.
I'm trying to like do
I know,
the flips
I
in
know.
my head.
It's like the stack ordering.
Yeah.
Reading and
Yeah,
writing like endianness
I
flips.
believe this should be
I
fine.
think it is, but I'm not sure. Okay, that's
yes,
fine.
it
That's
is fine. It's just the characters are in the opposite order.
That's totally fine.
Yes, so this is, I believe, let's see one more character, because I actually don't remember what the flag is. Because
looks
I wrote
very
so
good,
many
though.
challenges that it's all, it's
I
all
know
mixed up.
all the flags.
Yeah,
Either way, this is looking. If this looks like yes,
yeah.
The next one is an I.
NG, like a
It's
word
gonna
that
be-
ends with NG. Yes.
It's gonna be an
So
I.
I think this is the flag
Okay.
coming here now.
And
okay.
again,
So shellfish hash.
they have a solution.
Shellfish
do
has.
they have
yeah,
time?
Yes.
Yeah.
They do. They have
Plenty of time. Plenty
yes.
of time.
Yeah, it's a bit. I mean, it's a bit slow,
It's
but
not. And I think this is one too where I think the second solver worked in. Yep, there's the I.
Ing,
And that's
yeah,
what I say. Somebody
yeah.
typing might actually been able to save time. Like if you could just be
right.
like, oh,
But if you get like, and also because of the way English, words in English, like if you get ing, like the number of words in English that ends with like ing.
oh, it
it's
could
like
be
a
a lot,
lot of
words.
stuff,
Yeah, yeah.
right?
So like the next one you want to brute force. I'm not suggesting I'll do it manually. I'm just saying
Yep.
if I had the option of
Yeah.
LING.
Yes.
All right.
Ling.
Challenging. No, not challenging. No, it's not that. What could it be?
Yes.
I like that I don't know it.
Yeah.
Don't tell me, 'cause I
have forgotten, so I
Sorry,
also
we're
don't
all
know. But
guessing.
at some point, I'm gonna remember when I see enough
Yeah,
characters.
yeah.
But actually, we can move over to macaroni because like that one.
We know what's going to happen here.
Yes.
Now the only thing they are going to work on multi-threading it in the background.
Sure.
That's perfectly
actually,
legit.
they're just trying to speed it up.
Makes
but
sense.
and
because they don't know how close or far away
no,
their
no,
opponent is,
they let
this is
that
the right
running.
thing to
Yes,
do.
absolutely. Like there's no point in just waiting. Like
No,
do something
you
while they're
can
waiting.
you can definitely
Yeah.
as long as you don't slow your CB down. Oh, no, here we
Yeah.
go. Hold on.
Okay.
So all right, what do we got?
So now they're kind of
Do
starting
we
from
have-
scratch.
Well, but if they have a solution, right? Where's our index? Oh,
Yeah.
man, whatever.
Okay.
They've got some model in there that wants to really. Complete.
I know what the flag is now. Now I remember.
Okay. Just a peek for the audience
Okay,
so you can
this.
see what we're looking at.
Yeah. So we're ending at Ealing
Okay.
with Elite Speak.
Yeah. With
Yeah.
the threes, and it is good that they chose us the ASCII string, the
Uh-huh.
printable strings,
Yep.
right? If you just do lowercase or something, they wouldn't have.
Yep.
They would have failed at that point. It
Yeah,
would
they're
have
doing
thought
all printable, so they're really.
Yep. That's a good.
Now it's going much faster.
Oh, there we go.
They're
Let's just stay
super-
here.
yeah,
We're about
okay.
done.
Yeah, because
Yeah,
I think we can
so
tell from macaroni that
Macaroni
they're not
is
going to do it.
Not that close. In
Uh,
fact,
Okay, so we have feeling.
feeling.
Yep. And there's a dash.
Yeah, macaroni is instruction counting should work,
Yeah.
and that's well that. I think Shellfish clearly doesn't need that information, and I actually think that macaroni already kind of knew that too. I just don't know if they have that
Yes.
infrastructure set up.
And now we're getting.
Okay, so they're gonna either ASCII printables and then.
Oh
but
no,
it's-
Shellfish does not have their charger plugged in.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, and now it says with feeling.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Once more with feeling.
Yes.
Is that what okay. See, this is what I'm saying, but I don't know what's lead speak, right?
Yeah,
So, like,
exactly. Yeah, it's.
Oh no, that's
Yeah.
terrifying. Okay,
Yeah.
all right, we're gonna go make sure that they
Yeah.
have power and.
And it's kind of funny
There
because
are
it's like
ports
try
available.
again, and it's like once more with feeling.
Yeah. No,
it's-
that's good.
Yeah.
That's good. Battery is 6%. Oh my gosh, that is draining.
Oh,
because of the
brute-
multi-processing,
Oh,
the
whoa,
brute
whoa,
force.
whoa. What?
Okay.
Imagine if their laptop
No,
shuts.
that
Like,
would be terrible.
yeah.
I think there is an empty power plug. Are we good for
Yes.
power over there? Okay,
Yeah.
we've plugged in.
Okay.
Did they show power in there?
I think it's fine. Yep.
Yeah. All right.
Okay.
That
yeah,
was.
wow. Imagine losing on that.
What an awful way. There we go. There we go. That's a great.
So they have how
I'm
many
taking a
cores? It
screenshot
says
of that one.
a bunch of. There's a bunch of cores in that computer.
On that battery
12th
like
gen
this.
i7. That's it's a pretty decent thing.
All right, and there we go. Copy the.
Yeah. So they're
Yeah,
preparing.
yeah,
they're
get ready.
preparing. They're connecting to the server.
Yeah. This is This is not
Yes.
quite done, but it is just about
And it says
over.
we have more with feeling. And
So there's really just once, and then the live CTF.
oh,
which, do they even wait
actually,
for it?
over on
Yeah, let's look
Macaroni,
at it.
they're using libdebug, which we haven't seen yet. I think yet, which is a really cool
It is
Python
really cool.
project that I really like. It's basically like a headless debugger in Python that you can do. It's basically what you wished the
GDB
GDB
scripting was.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes,
yeah.
exactly. Anyway, I don't think that's going to be fast enough to win over Shellfish, but if you haven't checked out LibDebug, do it. It's very nice. And let's get back to
Yeah,
Shellfish.
this is almost there. We're just only a few. And are they even gonna wait for the brace in the live CTF? Or are they just gonna? If it even is live CTF, I mean, if it's me, I'm copying and pasting while I let it run.
Yeah,
Like, why not try it?
Yeah, you're just.
In fact, I would honestly try it right now. I've already. Here we go.
Right.
Yeah,
Live CTF.
Okay.
Brace. And yeah, they're typing. Okay. Yeah, they're just gonna.
I like it. Try it out. See if they get it.
No.
Very close though. It's worth it.
Yeah. So now I think it's
worth
actually
it.
just a regular O for the
Ones.
Yes.
That was a good try though. I think that's.
It was. I mean, it was definitely worth a try.
doing,
Yes.
and I think they're about done here. They're just gonna wait for that
Yeah.
last character to come in.
Oh, are we gonna see it coming in? The instructions are being counted.
There it is. Okay.
Yeah.
I think they have it
It's
now.
a regular.
Try
yeah,
it.
yeah,
Try it.
yeah.
And
Let's see,
unless
yeah.
we
once more.
just copy and paste.
Yeah, but
the-
it's like maybe it's like
There
yes,
it is.
yes. Oh, they typoed it. Oh yeah, that's a
Very well
solution
done.
from
Very well
Shellfish.
done. So
Very
Shellfish
good.
has finished it.
Yeah,
Awesome work.
very nice. Really cool to see. Whew. Yeah, and that was our final match for
Final match
today.
for the day. We've only got 2 more tomorrow.
Right, so it means we have 3 teams remaining in the tournament now. So
2 teams from the lower bracket will be playing their way out into the final match back in the upper bracket.
yes, and that is going to happen tomorrow at 10 a.m. Pacific
time.
And yeah, so what happens then is, once we have those 2 matches finished, we have the final standings throughout the live CTFs, and this is then going to give points which are added into the main DEF CON CTF. And yeah, so we will, we will update the bracket. We will update the website with the stream for tomorrow, with the link for tomorrow's stream, and yeah, you can watch the replay of the stream. You can watch the
Other videos
that we didn't cast, and we will be back tomorrow.
Yeah, look forward to it. It's
Final match, final 3 teams. Actually, we have then? So we can say we have Blue Water.
Yep.
Friendly multi-citizens.
So friendly multi-citizens and Shellfish will be playing in our first match in that lower elimination. And the loser of that is guaranteed 3rd place, which is some good points. The winner will go on to the final match. We do not do double elimination in the very final round. So if, for example, Blue Water loses, even though they're undefeated at this point, if you make it to the finals, that's it. We don't have time. DEF CON doesn't give us the room for longer. So that is the final match. We'll have one more Blue Water versus the winner of that lower bracket match. And that'll be at 12 p.m. Pacific. 11 p.m. It starts at
11 a.m.
Sorry, a.m., p.m.
Yeah.
Yes, it'll end by 12 p.m. We'll start at 11 a.m.
Yes.
Pacific time there.
Awesome. Yeah, thanks for watching. Tell your friends about the matches tomorrow. It's going to be awesome.
Take care.
Bye.
Actually, I do want to mention, keep an eye out. The DEF CON team mentioned that Nautilus Institute group running the main DEF CON CTF did mention they might be trying to publish the scores. I will say, there is a very good chance that this game has a serious impact on the final score. So this
it's going to be really
could
cool.
be interesting.
And it's interesting because previous years, even though we like live CTF, it's been good. In the end, it hasn't really affected the winner of the DEF CON CTF.
We've had some impact on lower moves of some moves and some changes, but this has a chance, depending on what happens in the next few hours in that main event. So this could be a very
nail biter,
very dramatic final day tomorrow. So come back tomorrow and join us.
Great. Bye.
Take care.